Hello! Hello, everyone. My name's Koa Wonko. I am your resident Inugami police officer. Well, no. Let me try it again. I am your resident Inugami police officer VTuber. There we go. Okay. So, for today on the schedule, we were going to do we're going to do TCG Card Shop Simulator, but I noticed that when I look back at the VOD from the first one, the entire thing was like stutter every 3 seconds. And I don't know if no one told me about that during the stream. I'm pretty sure, no one said anything. So I think the stream was doing okay, at least on the Twitch side of things. But YouTube, oh my god, it looked so bad. And I tried. So, I tried turning off VSync, I tried a couple of other things, and I don't know. I don't know how they do it. So, I'll have to keep experimenting to stream more of that game. So, for now, we're doing a impromptu Blender video today. We are going to be trying to make a cute little prop for Halloween. Just something I wanted to kind of put out there. The last prop I made went over really well. Like, really well. So, at least for terms of my posts. So, go ahead and get to it. So, for today, we are going to be making a, as you can probably see, we got a pumpkin up here, we got a little pumpkin carving of a cute cat face, and a very majestic looking cat. So, what we're going to be doing is, we're going to try to make a cat, and we're going to give it the something close to this. Probably not the exact same thing, but something close. And we're going to basically put a jack-o'-lantern on a cat's head. And I wanted to call it Jack-o'-Necko, of all things. So, let's go ahead and move our references over. Just a nice chill stream today. So I think first things first. Should we get the body of the cat? Let's go ahead and get the jack-o'-lantern in here. So let's see. Let's add. What would be the best thing to use? Probably UV sphere. Yeah, we kind of want that topology in there because it makes it easier to work with. At least for what we're trying to aim for. So, since a pumpkin has a bit more of a oval shape, we're going to scale on the X. Oh, screencast keys! It's not a stream without something. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Let me grab up here. There we go. Now you can see my keys. Scale up this way. Is that good enough? Good. Grab our pumpkin, pull it down here. Gonna scale it down a bit. That seems about right. Yeah, maybe a little farther down. Scale on the X. And we're going to copy this and put that in the Y value. And there we go. That should be pretty good. Seems to be a little bit different in shape. So we're gonna turn off the merge. We're gonna have X mirroring. And Y mirroring. Yeah, I figured we just kind of chill today. Oh. Y mirroring doesn't want to work? Z mirroring does. Okay, we can work with that. Oh, wait, hold on. Yep, there we go. Okay, so we're basically gonna try to move this out. Turn our proportional editing on. Just gonna give it a little bit of texture in there. That extra little divot right here kind of helps with like a little bit of an understanding that it's supposed to be a pumpkin. I think we're gonna pull that out a little. We're gonna copy this value so that we can grab the same one on the y-axis and move it out by roughly the same amount. We're moving on the negative now, so we're just gonna keep the negative and move it that way. All right. I might grab the whole thing and just smooth it a little bit. And then let's scale out a little. Just gonna try to smooth a little bit at a time. And we're gonna turn off all the mirroring except for X. And we're gonna check the X-ray. Looks like we need to be squashed a little bit, so we're just gonna... Let's grab this part here, the very top sections. Our X-ray again. Line ourselves up. Kind of scroll it in a little. Trying to affect only a few of the vertices at a time. That way we get a little bit of a, you know, like a dimple over here. And since it's a pumpkin, we probably need a little more of a dimple. So we're just going to grab these two and scale them down. Make sure that we affect a little bit less of the external vertices this time. Should be doing pretty good so far. So if we were to take a look at this versus this one up here, I think we might go with less pronounced divots inside the side of the pumpkin. That way, the focus of the focus of the audience of the model is going to be focusing more on the carving itself rather than the pumpkin. So if I set this to shade smooth, all right, can already kind of see a little bit of an issue forming on the shade smooth because we've got a little bit of a sharp edge up there. So we're just gonna bevel that real quick. Probably gonna just edge slide this a little bit, make it a little smoother. Hold on, smooth it a little bit there. Copy the value. Okay, yeah. Paste the value here. I could turn on a mirror, and that's probably what we're going to do in a minute. Alright. Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit believable as a pumpkin right now. Let's see. So if we were going to try to make as little divots as possible. Let's see. 3 on the inside. Let's try to leave 3 of the vert lines on the inside. Yep, there we go. And then we're just going to scale this down a bit. Just a little bit on the X first. And then copy the value to the Y, because we don't want to scale on the Z. We already fixed the Z. And that might be too much. Let's undo. We just want a little bit, just a tad bit. Yep, there we go. And we copied over to Y again, and it's pretty good. So we're going to keep those edges there, and we're going to bevel it a little. just a little bit. Try to make it feel a little more, yeah. At least this way, with there's a bevel in there, you could actually kind of see where the degrees of separations are supposed to be. And I think we're just gonna merge this at center again. Because we don't really need, actually, hold on. That's something we could use. Okay, let me grab that. And what you can do is, you can use a smooth tool here to try to get it like as a circle and then scale it down. So let's see. Yep, just kind of smooth it, scale it. And we can use this for our stem. So it's pretty big. Okay. We'll probably make the stem a separate object. But for now, what we can do is get this face, and Shift D to duplicate, and pull it up, and P to separate. That way we have something to work with for the stem. Name the first one Pumpkin. Pumpkin stem. There we go. Okay, we're in edit mode right now. We're gonna move our pumpkin reference back over. So, according to this, make sure you're in edit mode, because this yep, gonna move this over to X mirroring. Yep, make sure you turn off X mirroring if you're following along, because this is offset, so we're gonna have to work with that. I'm gonna pull this down into our pumpkin area and then extrude this outward over here. We are going to add a cut and just kinda, we're gonna turn it off, proportional, move it over to the side a little, because we're gonna bevel it later. We'll pull this back a bit. Let's get the picture out of the way. We grab this, scale it out. That way we can pull it back over a little bit to try to line it up a little bit. Yep, there we go. Stems seem to be at a bit of an angle. That one in particular seems to be angled a little more this way. Bevel. Scroll up to get a stronger bevel, or to get more beveling happen. And we're just gonna do a little bit of correction. Okay. So that stem is actually quite thick. So let's turn back our proportional editing on again. We'll move this back over here, just for the time being. And we're going to try to affect the stem size. Girthy. And then I'm going to rotate on the Z, trying to get it into like a decent position. Okay. Let's cross-reference. Nice. Nice so far. Grab this, extrude, scale out. And we're going to smooth. Because we need more control over where the roots are going to be. Just gonna slide these along. Yeah, I just wanted to do this. I wanted to do this stream because I just had this really cool idea for like a Halloween prop, and I really wanted to get it out there quickly. The trash waifu crown that I made went over really well. For anyone who actually saw it, it's literally it's literally this. It's a crown with a trash can and the word waifu on it, and people seem to like it. So I just wanted to, you know, follow suit with that trend and try to give more stuff to the Warudo community. Okay. So because these are quite angular, and they seem to be a bit sporadically placed, we're probably going to extrude them one by one. So we're going to grab an individual side and just kind of extrude it down. Sorry. Add a loop cut in there and pull this up a bit. We're probably going to add a subdiv surface, or a subdivision surface. So we don't need to worry too much about the geometry at the moment. We'll pull this a little higher. Pull that a little in more. There we go. Because that should give us a nice curve. And just so it's not fully even, we're going to extrude around here. Scale it down. Add another up in there. And let's grab the little face. Probably pull it up a little. Maybe pull it out a little more. Oh, okay. Let's say top view. We'll take top view so we can move this out a little. Okay. And I think this one can probably be a little smaller. It's not quite as long. Let's actually check on our on a subdivision surface. And we're gonna grab this loop and Shift E. And what that's gonna do is it's gonna flatten it out. That way the subdiv knows don't touch this. Okay. Just gonna check, and yeah. Good so far. So we're just gonna continue with the little branches. Think here is good. Yeah. It's probably gonna be evenly spaced technically, but what we can do is like pull this one out a little so the root looks a little different. So that way we have like a bit of a lopsided root. And when we extrude this one, we can kind of pull it over. We're going to rotate it on the Z, scale it down. Add another loop cut in here. Pull this up a little. Okay. This one should be pulled out. Let's pull that up a little so it looks... Yeah, there we go. That's more of a curve we're wanting. And I suppose the same could be done to this one, except how can we change this one? What direction we want to pull it in? So do it like this, kind of see. Kind of liking that a little bit. Pull that out a little more. Maybe kind of pull this out a little. Just to kind of even out the curve a little. Okay. Looking pretty good. Extrude. Pull it out. Got our loop cut in. Yep. Looking pretty smooth. Should be fine. Let's check. Okay, this one might need to move over a little bit. Just a tad. Because while I want to say, you know, it's fine, we put the roots. However, from my understanding at least, nature tends to make things a little tad bit more evenly when it comes to how something grows. Rotate with proportional. Okay. And maybe we will move the entire thing over a little. That way, the mesh itself kind of stays within the bounds of the top of the pumpkin. It'll look a little better. Okay. So far, doing good. And well, probably never going to see this part here. Okay. I suppose we can leave this, so let's add a new collection in here. Or actually, let's name this one. Let's name this pumpkin. And we shall pull this over and start working on the cat. I don't really want to add in a specific face for the cat yet. It doesn't make sense to do that. Because we don't know the full aesthetic. Just gonna move it up. And we'll hide the pumpkin for now. Sorry, getting water. So, I think I really like say this style of cat. I'm not sure what breed it is, but big floofy tail. Floofy tail sounds fun. So let's grab our resident majestic boy. Pull him over here. And pull him back a bit so that he doesn't get in the way of the meshes. That way he can watch. And let's... Something really important we gotta turn on is this. Up here, it makes it so that we get to decide whether or not something is selectable. So that way we can't, no matter how much we click, select our reference image. Alright, for this we're going to be using round cubes. Change the radius to 1. Because these are a lot easier to mess with, and they work really well with subdivision, which we're going to be spamming in this. Okay, we're going to need 2 cubes, or 2 of these. Cubes. Not really a cube, is it? One's going to be for the head. So pull it forward, scale this down. Make sure you do, if you haven't worked in Blender before, make sure you do all your scaling in edit mode. Alright, we're going to get this into like a nice little oval shape. All rotations should be in object mode. Because that way, when you go to, say, move something, it will move on a given axis that's easy for you to understand. So I can either do world alignment or object alignment, and it makes it a lot easier to work with. Okay, at this point, I kind of want to apply at least one subdiv to both of them, see what we're working with in terms of smoothness. Okay. Here, let me hide the other one. We need to turn on X mirror, bring the other one back. And we're going to shrink the neck area. Because we kind of need to have it a bit like an oblong shape. Okay. Gonna pull up the X-ray. Bring that in. That in. Don't necessarily worry about the shape at the moment. Or don't necessarily worry about the geometry or the topology or anything. Just kind of get your base shape. We're going to be doing retopology later. Not smooth. Okay. Now that the back area, because we're making a sitting cat, like this boy. Gonna check this under Shade Smooth. Yeah, we'll sculpt out the final shape, so this is fine. Wireframe or wire mode. Okay, we're gonna pull this part forward so we can kind of keep things a little bit straighter. Okay, so cat tends to have like a bit of a tufty bit over here, and their stomach kind of lines a little more like this, nice and slender. And we got to get the booty to flatten out a bit. Okay. Let's fix this oblong. A little too oblong. A little bit less. A little bit up over here. So far, pretty close. Maybe move the back in a little more. Oh, hold on. Gotta make sure that I'm aligned properly. Alright. So, we're just gonna try to go for like a general block out at the moment. Duplicate the head. Mirror, and mirror across the head. We're gonna get the round bit over here, because of the cat that we're gonna be making is a little bit cartoony. We're gonna have like a bit of a round bit right here, and then like a foot sticking out. So it's gonna be almost like a semicircle, mostly a circle over here, like a flattened circle, and then we're gonna have like a bit of an oblong tube, if you will. At least for the time being, until we get to sculpting. rotate on the Z a little, because when a cat sits, their paws spread a bit. Well, dogs too, but yeah. Gonna get this kind of merged in there. Too much. Yeah, let's pull this in a little. Yeah. We'll be modifying the shape pretty heavily as we go. Okay. And we're just going to duplicate this bit, separate, and scale it down. What we're going to use with this is we're going to make a tail. So I'm just going to turn off the... Yep. Turn off the proportional editing up here. Okay, so we gotta put this back inside the cat. I think we could do with another line in here on the outer edge. Yeah, that way we have control. Smooth you out a bit. I can look at a little flat. Top and bottom. Yeah, actually, hold on. Let's go ahead and make a new cube. It's fine. Sometimes it's a little easier to work with just like a brand new cube because it's already a sphere. That way I could just kind of scale it down. Then scale it across the Y. Since we're going to be a little bit more on the fluffy side, I think I want to grab this bit over here. Or rather, yeah, this one. We don't really want to affect the tip as much of the tail. So let's try turning on proportional editing and see if this is the right one. How bushy does that make us? Okay. One more down. And then we grab these four at the tip and we'll scale them down a bit. Just gonna grab these and slide. And let's add our subdiv surf. Okay. Looks like this one is going to control a majority of the bushiness. Keep the tip here, but then pull the rest of this out. Then we kind of need to scale this up a bit more. We kind of want this to be a little bit on the smoother side as it goes into the tail. The connecting bit. Okay, let's add a new round cube. Let's get our paws in here. Add another mirror across the face. It's good to centralize where your mirrors are going to be. That way you don't have to go looking around for them. Okay, so the back of the paw would start right around there. Let's give it the same kind of angle. We're gonna match this up as best we can. Okay, that seems about right. Let's go ahead and move the rest of the cat up. That way, this bottom paw here can be like the part that's touching the ground. It makes the most sense to just kind of let it be there. Okay. So when we go to extrude this, what we want to do is grab it with G and then double tap Y. Scale this down. Because right now we just want a long tube. Right about there. Yeah. And we'll just kind of loop slide this to around the center. Get in here. And proportional edit our way. Make this a little less into the paw. It's not supposed to be a part of the paw, it's supposed to be, you know, attached to it. Okay. Back area should probably go a little farther back. Because, yeah, regardless of what a cat does, you're still going to be able to see, like, a little bit of the back of the lower digit. Or the lower, one of the lower leg. Lower... middle. Actually, let's say middle. Because when you look at a cat's leg, it's like... that. And the paw is over here. Alright. Our stomach is not really rotund enough. Got really skinny kitty going on over here. Let's kind of just move things around a little bit. We get to it. Cat head will probably be a little less than that. We still need at least something for the head. It just makes sense to have it there to make sure that we're not doing anything crazy. Right. Good paw time. This one might be more sculpted than the rest. By that I mean we're gonna add a subdiv. Okay. Grab that point up there. Probably these two as well. And proportional edit into the body. Making sure that we make the internal part. There we go. Because what we want is the top bit to be merged into the body, not the rest of the paw. And we're going to rotate it this way. That way we can hit G and then Z twice. And scale down this. And that's a pretty good shape. At least to start with. That forward a little. On. Bring this in a little. Because as much as we want to make a big rotund boy, we kind of have to gauge him a little bit right now. You know, take our paces. Duplicate this and move it down. Gonna kind of straighten this one out. Actually, yeah, let's just do another cube. Because this part needs to be like really, it needs to be really circular. Yeah, much like this over here. Probably could have taken that, but yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I just kind of woke up and was like, well, I just woke up the other, yesterday, and I was like, I kind of want to make a prop. And, well, lo and behold, it went off really well. And when I was thinking about, you know, well, what other kind of prop could I make? Oh, Halloween's coming, so why not, you know? I was like, oh, I could probably do a skeleton thing, but that's probably going to take a long time. And, like, that's something I'd want to start out on, like, much earlier. Okay, so we're going to scale this. So we ended up scaling this up, and that stays the same, because as a cat's paw, cat's forearm, if you will, goes, front paw area, goes into the lower paw area, it starts having a bit of like let's try, yeah, something like this going on. So almost like a drumstick, if you will. So we're just trying to get a little bit of that in there. Let's see. As for proportions, so this bone comes down to about here, and then just gonna separate it for a moment. Leg bone goes down to there, and then we have the paw up in here. So what we should be looking at is something like that. That. So if I had to say put the dividing line, it would probably be, okay, so somewhere just below. Oh. I love it when we accidentally line things up. Okay. We might make this a little farther. Yeah, rotate on the X, please. Yeah, down like that. How close? How close are the paws together? Basically in each other. Okay, not that close. And it looks like the rotation is more like this. Okay. I'm just gonna kind of pull that down. One thing we may want to add just to make sure that we're not going below, like, surface. Yeah, like that. We'll add a plane, just, we're not going to keep it forever, just something to let us know, hey, this is the bottom. Anything beyond this point will not be maintained. So the reason why we sunk it in like that is because we kind of only need the top part of this, like right there. We'll fill out the shape in a bit later, but for now, we kind of need this to let us know where this is going to go. Okay. Just going to kind of pull that in a little and then bevel it, slide it, and maybe grab this area. And kind of proportional edit our way to getting it a little more in line. Okay. Might be alright. Maybe a little less there. And might do a bit of an extension there, just to give a bit of smoothness for the retopo. Yeah, I just kind of want to do like a bit of a chill stream today, after messing with settings for so long. But it do be like that sometimes. Sometimes we get to have the settings that we want for the stream, and then other times you're like, oh, okay. Well, this this thing that I've been playing for a while, turns out it's not really that good of a viewer experience with my current settings. How do I fix that? Probably doesn't happen as much to the people who are a lot bigger, but you know, can't plan for everything. Alright, let's flatten out this area a little bit. There we go. A little bit more like beans. Gotta get them toe beans. Did we expand the size of that? Probably not. Yeah, that lines up all right. Maybe expand on the X a little bit. Give us a little more breathing room to work with. Okay. So, judging from the image, this goes... We're not counting the fur all the way, because this is obviously the fur is a bit disconnected and longer up here. It's probably something like that. A bit of a curve at the top and a lot straighter near the bottom. Okay. So one thing we're going to want to change is the pull of this top area. Because up here is supposed to be a lot more merged with the body. If that's the case, then probably going to grab a little more verts in the body. The ones that are already in the body, and just kind of pull this in a little. Maybe pull this up a little? Yeah. And I think this needs to be a little flatter. These cats don't exactly have the biggest, most muscular biceps. Maybe. Maybe one day I might make a model that does that. It does kind of sound funny. If your cat was big enough to demand kibble. So the body of the cat's going to be stationary in this project, but the tail is going to have a bit of animation to it. Or it's going to at least have a physics asset. That's my plan anyway. Okay. Pull this inward a little more. And that can go a bit in. Okay. And now I think we can sort out the neck area. Just kind of building from the ground up here. Another round cube. Pull it on over. Scale it down. And let's match the freak of the rest of the body. Obviously, the bottom of the neck area would be a little bit bigger. And we can pull it in a little. Just kind of focusing on the back of the neck at the moment. There we go. That seems to be about right. Front of the neck back. And neck is supposed to blend a little better into the chest area. Pull that farther forward. Now we deal with the side view. Or the front view. Throw on our X mirror. Pull this in. We're not 100% worried about how the topology is looking at the moment. Let's see. Cat's neck would be a little thinner like that. Means we should probably do something about this region having a little bit too much of a protrusion. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to take it into sculpt mode. Gonna smooth this out a little. So I'm using a smooth brush. Let's go ahead and turn down the sensitivity of smooth brush. Something a little less than 0.2, because then we have more control when we're just tapping it. My grab strength is at 4, so I'm just gonna grab and smooth, grab and smooth. Because right now we're at a bit of a point where we kind of need to a little bit more control. Okay. And the face. Since we are using subdiv, we kind of have to be a little bit careful of how we make the face. Because the subdiv is going to like have massive amounts of control over how the full facial shape is going to be. So let's go ahead get some of the more necessary parts in here. Okay, probably went a little too far. Looks a little too droopy. Okay. Scale that up there. Scale that up this end. Okay. Okay. From here, since we want to have mirrored edits anyway, we can turn off that, and we're just going to grab this side and delete it and add a mirror. Add the mirror above the subdivision and click the check mark for clipping. That way, the middle vertices can't go past each other. That way we can start making a bit of an ear. Probably not going to go hyper detailed on like the head. I just kind of want to know like the head proportions as we start working. Because without knowing the entire proportions of the body, we won't exactly be able to get everything right. These cute little ears. And we're going to grab both of the ears, and we're going to pull them back a bit, along with the top of the head. Sorry, jamming. I like this song. And I think this will be a good eye. So, let's go ahead and add a loop in there. Yeah, add a loop in there, a loop around here. That way we can extrude this in, down, and scale. Let's see. Where is it? I have a tool for this. I don't remember where it is. Loop tools. I'm pretty sure you get, I think Loop Tools is free. The baseline add-on, I believe. So I'm just going to use that real quick to get us some circles. If not, there are plenty of alternatives. I just want to make sure the circles are okay in here. Adding enough of a subdiv will already get you that, so. I think that's pretty good for that area. I might want to add a loop in here, so that way we can control, like, the shape of the brow. Pull that back a bit. Probably back a bit more? No. I think we're good. Okay. We want the nose area to kind of compress in on itself. We'll use this for it instead. And since that's going to be roughly the nose, we'll pull that up. And this is the cat's jaw. It's going to add a separation in there so that we can control the shape a little better. Smooth, smooth, smooth. Trying to control the overall shape. Cat's face is not as narrow as a dog's, at least until it gets closer to the nose. The jaw, however, is way narrow. So this should probably move in quite a bit. Just gonna sculpt mode it. Just holding shift using the smooth brush. Pull out this area. Smooth and grab are kind of like my primary brushes. Oh, hold on. You do it from this side. Okay. Get a little bit. Okay. We got a little bit of a curve going on over here. I think the brow needs to be raised a little bit. And let's go ahead and add the interior of the ear. Okay. And we'll add a bit of a supporting loop in here. That way we can kind of pull it out a little. Smooth this a bit. Gonna take us back into sculpt mode. We're a little bit of smoothing. Yeah, so we want the supporting loop in here so that we can maintain this nice smooth shape with the subdivision. We're not too worried about how dense the mesh is going to be at the end of the moment, simply because we can control that later. We're definitely going to be cutting down on some of the geometry just so that it's more optimal to streamers who don't have the best possible setup. Okay. Seems to be pretty good. Gonna turn off the subdivision for a moment. See what we're looking like. Okay. I'm just gonna kind of manually fix this up. This is what happens sometimes when you end up making loops through subdiv. You kind of have to come in and fix it up. Some of this, I don't know what it was thinking. Yeah, let's grab this and smooth. There we go. Better. Need a little bit more control. Okay. Smooth back. Yep. That's why you want to turn off the subdiv every once in a while. So you can actually say, okay, I need to fix up some of these, because when you apply loops in subdiv, things can go catastrophically wrong at times. It's also significantly more difficult to see the overall shape. Yeah. See, if I had kept it on, I wouldn't have been able to see that this is probably a little too tall. Okay, the back of the ear. We're going to add another loop in here. And we're going to... That way we can actually smooth this out. Because the back of the ear should be a little more... kind of like a really smooth hill, if you will. I think this will be... Yeah, we'll move this loop forward and have it be like the major loop. Or the major part of the ear. So the very tippy top. And this part should move forward a bit. How are we looking? I think I want that side, this side to be a little smoother. Okay, yeah. Just small, cute ear. The eye seems to be fine. We need a little bit more control on this area. So I'm just going to expand this a little bit. We'll kind of smooth out the back of the cat's head a little. Not too much. Gonna grab the inflate brush. Just clicking around, add some smoothing. It's not really a scientific process. Just trying to get the overall jaw structure in here. Okay. Here, we're going to pull that up. And then bring it down. Okay. Yep, down a little more. And I think we're getting there. Just a little cartoony boy. Okay, from here, we're going to eye to inset. Scale that down. We get a little bit of a nostril going on. Gonna add a supportive loop and pull it out. Let's see about... Okay, maybe a little bit. A little bit of an edge crease in there. Let's try 0.2. All right, and then let's turn off the subdiv for a moment. Yeah. Okay. Just trying to get the little bean in there. Little bean nose. Back a bit. And I think the last part, the head, since it's probably not going to be seen all that much, we're just going to sculpt a little more there. And our cat's eyes need to be moved a little bit. So we're just going to drag them in here like this. Should give the brow a little more space to give us a bit of a smoother shape up here. Okay. Look at our majestic boy over there. Just gonna mess with the shape a little. Yeah, I think that's good. And so according to that, the neck would be a little bit thicker. And the bottom part of the neck will probably be a little more a part of the body, if you will. Ah, okay. I'm gonna need to add a mirror modifier to this one. Okay, there. For some reason it wasn't mirroring all the way across. It's fine. We got ways of fixing that. Okay. So, I think the body is not quite as rotund as we want it to be. Let's grab the inflate brush. Give this boy a little more belly fat. Slim down near the leg area. kind of shift clicking the underside. Okay, now might be the time to apply the body's subdiv. So, been a while since I saved. I save. So, we're gonna apply the body subdiv, and I'm gonna go back into sculpt mode and start smoothing out some of the areas that, you know, grabbing, pushing, pulling, smoothing. Some of the things that really need to be changed. So we're going to smooth out the back here a little bit. Smooth out the shoulder area. Make sure that we're still keeping the connectivity. Okay, so which one is that? That, right? Yeah, that. Grab the plate. We'll probably add more subdiv as we go, but we'll have to see. We're going with a little bit of a cartoony cat. Not too difficult to make. We're just using a real-life example because those tend to be a little better. It's easier to replicate from realism than it is to replicate from fiction. Because at least that way, you're going to end up with something that's closer to what you intended. Versus you're too busy following the rules of someone else's creation to realize that, oh, they kind of took creative liberties, and this isn't exactly what it would look like in reality, so it dives into the uncanny valley. Okay. So since this area here is technically two pieces, we're going to, on the double Y, move this in a little bit, just to give that a bit of that silhouette of, okay, so this is supposed to be like that. So while we're not actually going to be showing the knee, I don't know anatomical terminology, but this knee-like area is still going to be visible. I think I like the rotundness of the hind legs. Try not to mess with it so much. So right now we're just trying to get the top and somewhat back part of the hind legs to feel like they're more a part of the body. Like they're somewhat merged in there. Yeah, let's add another subdivision and apply. That way we have more to work with. I can make this boy's butt a little bigger. Give him that yak. Also lets us control a little more of what the side stomach region is going to be like, because while a cat's like stomach can droop down, they tend to, from what I've seen, they tend to have like a little bit of a divot in this area. So it's like wider divot wider. Not a whole lot, but something in there, especially if they're not like, you know, super rotund. Which I don't think that very majestic kitty over there is quite rotund. It's a little big boned, but not too much. Just gonna pull this in a little because we want to have like the rib cage basically almost V-shaping a bit because the chest is obviously wider. Okay. We might want to do the same thing for the neck region. Subdivision surface. Is that going to do anything if I... No. It's going to make it a little sharper around the edges, I think. Is that sharper? We might need... Yeah, we're going to apply the mirror first. So, Control A, Visual Geometry to Mesh. And then when we're in sculpt mode, we're just going to make sure that the X mirroring is on. It'll be fine. Okay. Kind of want this part of the neck to be a little more inward, this part to be a little more outward. As it connects to the head, it would get a little bigger, and as most necks do for the you know, cats, dogs, and whatnot, it gets a little thinner around the center area. Okay, so we need to make sure that the cat has ample space to connect the skull and the top of the head, while also maintaining that curvature. Just using the inflate tool. Okay. I think our head is a little too high up. Yeah, that seems about right. Move it back a little, I think. Yeah, back a little bit. Then we're probably gonna grab this area over here, right above the top line. For X-ray, let's kind of proportionately move it back. Let's see, what did that do? Oh my. Nah, okay, we'll sculpt it, it's fine. Just kind of sculpting into the head itself. Okay. I think we do want a little more of an indent over here. It kind of pans out as we go. Smooth, smooth, smooth. We can apply the subdivision and keep the mirror because these two pieces aren't connected, so we're not going to have any issues with that. Okay. So the front part is probably going to be a little thinner than the back. because muscle tends to be a little thicker along that backside of this. What would you call it? Upper arm area of a cat. Pull this back a little. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, pull this back and down a little. Smooth a little bit. Because we want to get a bit of an elbow in there, if that makes sense. That way we can, come on, pull this back a little. Yep. Get a little bit of that curve. Yep. Something like that. Hold on, let me, there we go. Okay. Our cat might be sitting a little far forward. Yeah. It might be alright to just kind of... We're going to tilt it based off of active element. Yeah, I think that's good. That way we can bring the paw back. Probably up a little bit. We'll sculpt out that. Or down? What are we looking at? Okay, so head area over here. Neck comes down. This is the start of the leg. Well, neck is technically like that. So start of the leg happens to be over there. Okay. So yes, I think what we want to do is to grab these and then go into edit mode, grab everything, scale it up on the Z. Probably not that much, because we need to pull it up after the fact. So it's not merging too much. Yep. Okay. I think it's a good idea to move the back out a little more to merge with the back of the leg. And then probably scale the side in. So we're just gonna come in here and take a nice soft smooth. Okay. Let me go ahead and try this. I'm gonna make this grab brush really much bigger. And we're gonna pull... Yeah, pull that in. Let the booty be a bit bigger than the rest of it. You may want to grab the butt and kind of pull it down more. Like all of it. Okay. I think this might be pretty good. The tail, though, yeah, we're gonna need to mess with this. I think I'm gonna need more than that. Yeah, more subdivision. And we're probably gonna edit this one in edit mode because this tends to be easier to control like this versus sculpting. Yeah. Make a nice cartoonishly bushy tail. Find the central point in here. Scale that down a bit. We're not too worried about the shape at the moment. Huh. Looks like we actually got it off center. I guess it's fine. Not too concerned with it. Might be a little too rotund. Let's scale it down a little bit. Yes, Dad. Gonna vertex slide this. Try to even it out a little bit. Okay. That seems alright. We won't be seeing too much of the head itself. And we're probably gonna end up, culling most of it once the pumpkin gets on here. Okay. I think it's time to add subdivision surface to the paws and try to get them in shape. Well, before we apply the subdiv, let's make sure that we still have ample room to work. Okay. And we're going to scale this on the X over because, well, paws are supposed to be a bit wide. I don't think they're supposed to be that wide. The back, though, yeah. Let's grab that one and that one. We'll scale them on the X. That should be good. Because we are definitely going to, we're going to be retopoing anyway. So, little bit of changes here and there won't really matter. We're just trying to get the cat to sit in a way that lets you see at least the basic details. So in order for that to happen, let's go ahead and hide the plane for now while we get in here. Sculpt mode. No, we'll turn the plane on. So right now we need to flatten this, and thankfully there's a brush for that. Might need to change the size of the brush because I think it's affecting more than what we think. And yeah, it's slowly working. Let's go ahead and put it up to 1. No, that's not working. We need smooth. Yeah, bring that brush down to 0.5 again. So grab brush, and I'm just gonna keep smoothing. So, smooth brush, we should probably take it up higher and start using it like this as the primary brush. Yep, there we go. That's more of what we wanted. So, let's see. Up to that point, hide the plane. Yep. So, we gotta try not to affect the other vertices. We could apply a mask. Do we want to do that? I don't think so. Okay, I turn down the smooth brush so we have a little bit more control. And it's mostly about getting the bean shape. Adjusting the smooth, the strength of the smooth brush every once in a while. Okay. So yeah, that needs to smooth out a lot more. The alternative is to just go in and, you know, get rid of the meshes that were at the bottom and then just kind of like make it smooth in a different fashion. I kind of like the sculpting, but give me one moment here. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. But after that, I think we're probably going to use the other method, the poly modeling method, because it seems to be a little easier to control at the moment. But I'll be right back. See you in a minute. Hello. Sorry about that. Really had to go to the bathroom. But, brought us back in here in the view, and I found a new cat image. So, we can try to use this one as well. So it looks like, yeah, cats are a little bit more hunched back than I thought when they're sitting. Okay, we can do that. That's no problem. So let's go ahead and rotate that on the not there. Rotate that on the Z90. There we go. And we'll bring that one forward. There we go. Now we can kind of see what we're working with here. So according to that, what we want is to grab both the neck and the back. Just gonna pull that down. Pull the back up. Try to get ourselves a bit of that hunching in the back going on. This is why you want to have quite a few resources. I usually end up with a lot more images to work with over time. Sometimes you start a model with as many assets as you need, and sometimes you just kind of have to go out and get more. Tends to happen. Okay. So according to that, what we should do is move this backwards a bit more. And then, yep, we're still rotating on the last active element. So we rotate on the X, bring that in a more, and we'll pull the pause that we've been working on down here. Yeah, that seems about right. So that means what we're going to want to do is, well, first off, bring the chest area in more. Interesting. I'm used to I'm used to making dogs and fox models. So wasn't expecting the anatomy to be that different. Oh my. That's really far in there. Okay. And there. We'll grab this. Pull this over. We're gonna make all verts involved a little smaller. Just gonna have to reposition things a bit. It does kind of work out a little better like this, simply because we do kind of want the cat to be small enough to or at least not taking up a whole lot of space. Because as far as assets go, it's usually usually people like to use them when they're like a lot smaller. Sometimes, you know, you can go for some big assets, but I don't know. Smaller seems to be a little more versatile. Or at least not taking up as much space. They could put it in more places. Alright. We're going to do this the the hard modeling way. So, by hard modeling, I mean we're going to be using poly modeling. Scale Z 0. Hold on, let me take that off. Scale Z 0. And we're going to literally delete. We're going to delete the faces. This way we have more control. We're just going to extrude. And we want to scale on medium. Or, we want to scale on a medium point. So, what we can do, do is get it to really follow exactly what we want here. So, where is our plane? Okay, that's about as much as we want it to go down. Which means we can now start connecting the faces in here. Let's see, how many do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. 5, 6, 7. There we go. We're going to smooth it out, of course. Like this. Grab the edge that we wanted to save, and then we're going to add a bevel to it. And if we two-step the bevel, and then kind of scale this part of the paw up, we now have exactly what we were looking for in terms of shape. And now I could scale that out too. And then just kind of smooth this out. There we go. Nice and flat. And then let's go ahead and do the same thing for the back paw. So we're going to delete these faces. Get these out of there. We're going to bring the plane back. I'm just going to drag this down until it just barely touches it. There we go. Oh, okay. So I'm going to bring this down to the center, and I'm going to bevel that one time. So we do want a little bit more control of what the paw is going to look like up top. Because this is obviously, like, you know, not the final shape here at the top. Extrude, scale it inward. Yeah, really far inward. Not super far, but like that. And let's fill out the faces. Oh. Huh, interesting. Merge those at center. Ah, I get it. We're definitely going to want more loops in here. Yeah, hold on. We'll even it out like that, and then we'll get a subdiv surface in here. Yeah, that's another way to do it. Because you can see already, with or without the subdiv. Sorry, that's the mirror. Without the subdiv, it's flat, and then if we have the subdiv in there, it already adds a bit of that bevel that we're looking for. As for this paw, we'll do a little bit of housekeeping. We're going to dissolve this edge and try to even out the edges a little bit. There we go. Now, as for this one, since we're working with a subdiv, we can actually mess with it. Yeah. Remember how we rotated exclusively in object mode. The reason being is because now we can actually, since it's in object mode, the angle of deformations is, for the object, is still in line with the X mirroring. So if I move one side, it'll move the other side too still. It's a little trick to make sure that your mirroring is always okay. Okay. I think we'll take it into sculpt mode here. The back paw needs to be a little flatter. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. The back part, though, yeah, we gotta get this a little more rounded. And it's okay for like the back paw to be like a little bit off the ground at the end over here because you know, the way a cat's leg is, it's a three-digit leg before you get to the foot, if you will. So this back part isn't necessarily like the part that's supposed to be like on the ground 24/7. So of course it could have a natural bit of floating to it. Yeah, just enough to give us a bit of a silhouette that it's not supposed to be fully connected with the upper leg. Speaking of the upper leg, we're just going to come in here and sculpt the shape a little. Flatten, smooth. Smooth jazz. Okay. Oh, alright. So it seems our majestic one has the leg out a bit, and this one has the leg more in. So I think different from like a dog or a fox, we're probably gonna smooth a lot more. It seems to be what's going on. Damn. Duly note, cats are compact. Okay. It might still be a little too rotund. Might grab from the bottom here. Oh. Hold on. Sometimes the 3D modeling programs like to get cheeky with you and like say, "Oh, we don't want to mirror on the we don't want to do X mirroring." And the way you can't exactly do this if like the model's already textured, or you can if it's rigged in Blender, because it can mirror the vertices over thanks to the modifier, at least the vertex weights. But right now, since we don't really have a whole lot going on, we can grab the centerpiece, scale X0, enter, and to make sure it's in the center. And then we can press H to hide those verts and delete one side. Alt-H. And then we add the mirror. And add clipping. And what that does is it basically tells the program, hey, this is a perfect mirror on the other side. You can't say that it's not. And Blender just goes, okay. I think we'll give him we'll give this little cat like a bit of a gat, and we'll just move this inward a little more to get a tad bit more in line with how close the paws are to each other, maybe a little more, and then yeah, kind of move everything in accordingly. I like going back to sculpt mode because it lets you, say like you made like a bit of an issue with like over here, and like this is a little too out. You can just kind of slowly smooth it back into place, and use the inflate brush, smooth, inflate, smooth, and eventually it'll get back to a spot that's okay. Or you can just grab and pull it. So like right here, I can kind of smooth this out a bit. It's really good for retopology, which we will be using it for that later, for certain. Okay. Yeah, we gotta pull this in more. Make sure the stomach region isn't too big or too small. I think this should be more flat. Some light smoothing up and down. Because cat bodies are a lot more slender. If we are going to work with something more slender, then we kind of have to get back in here. But yeah, getting the shape right is... It takes time. That's all it really takes. Just time. Time and patience. And for Blender to not want to forget that it should be mirroring everything. Hello, friend. I need you to remember to mirror properly. Please and thank you. There we go. So we can technically do the same thing for the tail. Probably gonna do that. Hide that. Delete. Alt-H. And add the mirror. Oh. Okay, so we kept one more than we needed, I think. Yeah, according to this, one more than we needed. X0. Okay. No big deal. And because the clipping, we can just click and drag. And... oh, hello. Alright. We're just gonna merge those by distance. And add another loop back in there to equate the loops, and I think we're gonna do some light sculpting to get this rapid clicking. Lots and lots of rapid clicking. Okay if it's not 100% perfect. Okay. Just gonna smooth the sides here so we get a little bit more rounding. I like that. Make sure the basin of the tail is a bit rounded. Just very light smoothing. All right. Doing good. I know the hind leg doesn't look like it's more fused into the body itself at the moment, but when we do the retopology, it will be. Okay, the front legs are needing to be much more in at the top. So we're gonna use proportional hooding for this. Okay, that seems to be good. And that. And there seems to be a lot more of a dip. Yeah. So we're gonna go here. Grab this, pull that back. Just gonna keep that a little bit on the smoother side. Let's see. That's really in there. All right. And the paw seems to have this almost like really relaxed posing to it. So we need what seems to be this kind of shape, where there's a little bit of separation between these two, but it's really hard to see. It mostly looks smooth. Which means let me grab this top bit. Unfortunately, I did it backwards. Let's try to get that angle in there. Gonna bevel this. And it looks like a cat's chest protrudes out much further. Yeah. And with it, the top part of the arm, or the forearm, if you will, front paw area, tends to have a little bit more of a... Ironically, it's like a weird bean shape. Cats are just made of beans. Who knew? I wonder why everybody likes them. Cats are the Mexican food of pets. Sorry, that one got me. You know, that actually makes a lot more sense the more I think about it. cats being the Mexican food of pets, is like everyone loves them. Everyone loves it until it goes to the bathroom. And then it stinks. I don't know what it is about cat crap, but it stinks so much worse than anything else. Can you imagine if, like, cats didn't tidy themselves up? Like dogs? Or, like, dogs will just, like, they're like, oh, this kind of smells bad. I'm gonna piss here. If a cat did that, we'd be in some big trouble. Thankfully, cats recognize more easily, at least, like, where they can go to the bathroom. I don't know, maybe I've known some pretty poorly trained mutts, but sometimes it'd be like that. Sometimes I like watching those cat videos where like they show cats doing weird things. Like being scared by a cucumber is like one of my favorite bits for a cat because they will flip and it is like just hilarious. Like I don't think I've seen another animal like just go from 0 to like 100 in like half a second. Maybe outside of like a bull. Oh, maybe, I mean, if we count dogs trying to play, then yeah, they've gone from 0 to 100. But cats tend to have, like, all sorts of these really weird on switches. Like, I do not care. No matter what you do, does that thing roll around? You know? Or, it is making a very high-pitched jingly noise. Must kill. I love how goofy cats can be. Okay, we can bring the elbow part back a little further. Yeah. Yeah, if that goes back further, so does this. Hey. Okay. So we're gonna try editing both of them at once. Let me just grab the parts first. Because I want to pull that down a little further. Is that too far? Might be too far. No, that's good. And then we'll go ahead and designate this part as a bit of the elbow-ish. Yeah, I really do, I enjoy, like, lots of, like, the pet videos and stuff. They're really fun. I've noticed a lot of VTubers have been really loving doing reactionary content and stuff like that, but I guess you might need the audience first to do that. Like a big audience, so people can actually recognize things and send them to you. Sounds like fun. Sorry, this song is I think through the loop. I'm like, well, we're happy, and then oh my. Yeah. I think my favorite dog thing is probably you know, like the tiny dogs where like they must have the biggest stick. I like watching the tiny dog, like the wiener dogs, have like the stick that's like twice the size of the Doberman, and it's just happily prancing about as it comes back to its owner. I'm like, I just look at those videos and I'm like, that's a happy boy. Or girl. You know, I hadn't thought half of this playlist was going to be Halloween themed, but okay, I guess. Alright, let's move this one out a little further, I think. Or forward. Yeah, forward. Okay. I think this is kind of alright. Maybe the chest needs to be a little bit better in terms of shape. Maybe a little too chubby. I've also noticed a bit of a rise in, like, among those videos, I've noticed a bit of a rise in, like, gecko videos and stuff, and those are cute. Like, that's kind of refreshing. People, you know, finding all these, like, weird gecko faces. Like, Zen has, like, Zentrea, the VTuber, has, like, a really cute gecko. Like, its smile is so big, it's like... it's so doofy. I love it. Yeah. I don't know. I might start like my sister has a couple of huskies. I might make some posts on them. One of them likes to be really fun, and every time she's like upset or like wants food or attention or like just about anything in general, she'll just start barking. Like not just like barking, like bow rare rare. It's really cute. Because we always know she wants something if she, like, makes that noise in particular. And everyone just stops and looks at her like, oh, you pouty puppy, what do you want? And typically, she ends up, like, walking over to the food bowl or something. I don't know, there's something about, like, a dog that can understand like a little bit of your speech, or like a cat that understands a little bit of your speech, that like makes owning the pet like how I don't know, the pet experience like 10 times better, you know? Oh, not that direction, this direction. Like I think I watched like that. There's this one dog out there that someone trained to like that. There's this couple trained to like press buttons as it for like 20 different buttons that say like English stuff. You know, like the nut button, except like they put different words over it instead of nut. That'd be funny though. Dog walking up and going nut every time it's in heat. Ignore me. I swear my brain just goes anywhere and everywhere. But, yeah, basically, they ended up teaching it to press all these buttons, and it was really funny how it would just go, press, walk. We can't go walk, press, walk. And then, and they're like, oh, we can't, I can't take you out right now. And then we go, press, food. And like, we can't feed you right now, press, walk. This is a one-track mind. And I'm not sure if it was like a dog or a cat, but someone else, I think someone else tried to do that for their pet. And what ended up happening was like they pressed like food, no, food, no, we can't give you food right now. Fuck you. I'm like, why did you put that there? Why did you let the dog have a button that says fuck you? And like the dog was actually being sassy with it. So it was like, they're like, excuse me, to the owner, and the dog was like, just looks at them. Fuck you again. I don't know. I like sassy pets. They're funny. Okay, I think we're almost there. No, it's a bit of a long process, but we are dealing with anatomy. And I think now is a good time to perhaps add a subdivision surface to this piece so that we can then start trying to make at least a little bit of a curve in here. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I'm liking that silhouette. Let's check the actual silhouette. Grab all of these pieces and shade smooth. Save. From the front. Yep, nice. Mostly straight silhouette. Just going to angle this a little bit further. Just a tad. Yeah. Because we are kind of aiming for a bit of a cartoonish cat. I think we're doing pretty good. Head might need to shrink, though. Let's see. Yeah. If you do make any like resizing edits in object mode and whatnot, you're going to want to hit Control A and apply all transformations. And then you're going to want to set origin to geometry. Or in this case, you can kind of leave it till the mirror is done. So I think since we're good and we're not really going to need to model the cat head further from here, I think maybe smooth that out a little. Just kind of getting in here and adding a little bit more changes. It's fine. Before we move forward. Yeah. There we go. And that should be okay. I do kind of want to move this down a little bit. Cat eyes are typically smaller, right? Maybe we can kind of shrink this a little. And pull it out a little bit. Yeah, just a tad bit of smoothing. That's good. Is the neck okay? I think we're all right on the neck. Let me pull this in a little further. Adding a little bit more to the neck's silhouette is better for us at the moment because of what we're going to be doing to the head. There we go. Add a little bit of a bevel in there to even out the smoothness. Okay. Where is this? Let me put this in the references. We don't need a plane anymore, so I can unhide that and delete it. Because we really only needed it to smooth out the, like, the bottom paws. And let me go into the scene collection and new collection. Okay. Yeah, let me grab all of these and move it into the cat. No retopo. The reason why we want to change it to no retopo is because we're going to add a brand new scene, and we are going to call it retopo. That way, we won't have to have the non-retopo stuff forever. Sorry about that. But yeah. So from here, save real quick. We're going to grab all of this, and we're going to hit Control A and Visual Geometry to Mesh. And that's going to apply every modifier that we have on it. The reason why I want to do that is because now that we have all the modifiers applied, we can get into the real retopo experience. But first, let's grab our pumpkin and make sure that everything's at a decent size. Yeah, I'm gonna angle the pumpkin a little bit. It'll make the cat look angrier if I put the carving higher up, which is really funny. Higher up on the pumpkin, that is. And I wonder how big or how small we can get away with. I kind of like it a bit bigger. And should we apply some materials just to check? All right. Let's see. Pumpkin orange. We actually have a pumpkin here to look at for that, so let's kind of grab a color like that. Okay. And then that stem. We're just trying to check the final look before we fully retopo the cat. That'll be pumpkin green. Okay. Green, brown. Try to grab a brown that's like in the middle. Yeah, like that. I know it looks kind of cartoony right now. We can add in sculpt details and stuff to make that a bit better. We're not truly worried about the topological count. At least not at the moment. So, yeah. This is not enough, so we need to add a little more. And there. Now it's smooth. Yeah, because that's what we want to see. We want to see it being smooth. Okay. And for the cat, we're just going to make like a generic black material. Not fully black, but mostly. I just want to see how we look. It wouldn't be Halloween without a black cat. Okay. Let's make a preliminary of the face. Because right now, while it does look a little silly, I can see what it's supposed to be. I might angle the tail. Yeah, let's angle the tail up. Okay, so in order to do that, we want to grab just these faces And we're going to bend the tail down, pull it up, bend the tail down, pull it up. Just try to control the shape. Sometimes you may have to change how much of the bend is being used. So like right now, I'm just trying to even out the tip area. And then I'm just gonna run the whole thing through a tiny, tiny bit of smooth. And that should be good. Because, oh. Interesting. Hold on. I had to run that through some smoothing. And then we're going to recalculate the normals. Excuse me. Are you not merged? All right. We're going to need to see what's on the inside here. Ah, okay. I know it's a problem. At some point... Sorry about spinning. A face got created on the internal. So I need to see which one that is. There, it's somewhere in here. Yeah, hold on. See? If that ever happens, just delete it. It'll be fine. Sometimes that could happen when you're haphazardly applying modifiers. Yeah, just gonna smooth this area out a little bit. I saw a little bit of a bump. So I want to make sure that this will look good in most lighting conditions. I am not sure. The asset itself is going to be made for, you know, anybody to use. So I don't know if they're going to end up using it in their stream with like certain lighting setup or anything like that. Okay. See, the back is a little high compared to the rest. Just trying to smooth this out a little bit. Yeah, good looking. Good. Gonna save real quick. Okay. Let's go ahead and make the face. So let me get rid of the cat references. And specifically, I'll put it in a cat no retapo. Or actually no, let's put it in a pumpkin. Okay, so we're gonna grab a plane, and we're gonna use this plane to kind of simulate what the face is gonna look like. The face of the pumpkin. Gotta make the references movable. And just to make sure that our mirror works, we're going to leave the center of the object right there in the center. And not materials. We're not applying material yet. We need generate mirror. So we're just gonna get a little bit close, not super close, and get to work on the shape. So apply a circle to that. Let's get a subdiv in there. There we go. Now we're working with a lot. Just gonna make a duplicate of this, pull it down, make it small, so I can work with that for the nose area. We're probably not going to replicate the exact features here on the face, but I really do like those eyes. The eyes are super nice. So let's do our best to get these eyes in here. Okay. Pull those out a little further. Just going to scale everything down so I can actually pull things in. I'm going to delete this. We're not going to allow clipping, so that way I can pull this over here. And we can see the actual face. Pull it up. That's circle enough. Okay, just need to see one eye. Come on. There we go. Should we do it like this? No. I think we need more control. After all, I need to create that V, which will be here, and I can delete this face. And then there we go. Okay. Do it good so far. Add another there. That way we can move it out like this. And I think... no. That part... yeah. Both of those need to be, like, actually in perfect control. By that I mean, if we were to get rid of either one of these, it would actually kind of mess with the shape, as you can see. So we need the edge crease up here. If we're going to be using edge crease for that, I think we can afford to use edge crease over here just a little bit. Okay. And we're going to Control B to bevel this. How are we looking? Pretty good so far. This should probably be the tip. Yeah, I need that to be sharp. There we go. Now we're looking pretty good. Okay, a little bit smoother down here. And then can I sharpen? I can sharpen this a little. But what would that do to the edge? So I need to look at what it does to this area here. It does sharpen it, but this doesn't seem to be that noticeable, I guess. Okay. Right, and a little bit that. Okay. Good. Gonna kind of move these out a little more. Give us a little more visibility. There we go. Okay, so the eyes are nice. Let's try rotating them. And basically placing them on, kind of like a stencil. They're a little big. Scale them down. Pull them in. Take a little more. Yeah, maybe smaller again. Okay. A little smaller. That should be about the rotation angle that we're looking for. Okay. Save. Gotta remember to save. Heart-shaped bean nose area. Okay, for this section we need to turn off clipping for a hot minute, and then like that. That way we can actually make the mouth area. Okay. From here we're gonna edge grab and control left click. Let's see. Kind of agree that they should be a lot smaller. Oh, yeah. We'll edge crease fully in here, and that will give us some good separation. Nice and small. Maybe a little bigger here. I'd like to differentiate a little bit on the design. That makes sense. Ooh, big is good. Okay. Try... No. We'll add one more loop in here. That way we can actually get this to be smooth. Yeah. Nice comma looking shape. Should we give the cat frown? Yeah, I kind of like that, but also mischievous might be good. That's smaller. Let's move this in more. Maybe try... No. I got it. The nose probably wants to be a little bit more shapely. Maybe smaller. After all, at this point, it's just design work. How we want it to look at the end of the day. Okay. I think smaller will be better. Let's grab all of it, scale it down, grab another one of those. Let's actually merge this together. Bring this up. That way this one will control where it's merged. Ooh, hold on. We're getting a little bit of sass in here. Yeah, I like that. That's cute. All right. Okay. Now we just need to save and then like this, and we'll move this back. Then we'll have to rotate it on the X because we're just trying to get it nice and placed up. Basically where it's going to be. Okay. And what we can do from here, give it a new material. Give it that yellow. And then we're going to give it an emission strength of 1 so that it will be colored no matter what. And under here, we have to turn bloom on. That way. All right, how are we looking? Grab the darker orange. Now. Let's grab this orange. And what would give it that color? Okay, let's turn down the emission strength. That's almost blinding. There. Metallic? No. Subsurface. Coat. Hint. Yeah, doesn't seem like coat's what we're looking for. Sheen's not what we're looking for either. Yeah, I don't quite get it. So it should be color matching from the picture. Alright, we'll leave the bloom there. Unless it's... Oh! Okay. Apparently, it's not really perfectly color matching, is it? Alright. We're gonna make a duplicate of the pumpkin. Hide the original. This one we're gonna try to fuse with it. Hold on. We're gonna rename this. Jack O Plane. There we go. And we're gonna make a duplicate of it. Well, actually, hold on. We need to apply visual geometry mesh. We're gonna extrude it till it hits all the way inside. And I think we want to... Yeah, hold on. We do want to limit how far inside it goes. So in order to do that, we're going to do surface snapping. Face, yeah. Yeah, face project. Oh my. Okay, not quite. Hmm? Hmm. Alright, alright. I think what needs to happen is... we need to grab both of those. We're going to turn on proportional editing, connected only. And we're just going to try to angle the eyes better. Like apply a pre-angle to them. That way we can try to get them onto the surface ourselves. We're going to do it colorless. So we kind of really need to see. We should be able to rotate like this. And then pull it back. Yeah, we're going to have to do this individually. Try to maintain our shape as best we can. Rotate on the X. Maybe not rotate on the X. Just kind of pull in. Yeah, that's better. Let's see. If I delete the... No, not dissolve. Delete this. Sometimes finding the solution requires some really creative methods. Okay, where did that go? Okay, volume, no. Snap to nearest face. That might have been the closest. Yeah, I think that's the closest projection that we've gotten so far. We might need... Yeah. Snap it to nearest face. I think we can get here, get there. I just need to turn on my draw X-ray. Okay. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a Boolean operation. Okay, so according to that, face nearest was the best option. It makes him have a makes our little cat friend have a doofy smile. You know what? I'm okay with that. This is cute. I don't need to edit that one. Generate mirror. And then I think we're gonna smooth it out a little bit. Feels a little blocky. Just a little bit. We can use the smooth tool here. What I'm doing, just kind of smoothing individual faces and then grabbing them again. Yeah, okay. That should be okay. Gonna save just in case. Apply. Gonna join them back together. And then we should be able to... Oh, turn off that. Extrude. And, yep. You should get the same distance between all the things. Which means I could just then grab what I have. Actually, hold on. The smarter call would probably go and make a solidify. Offset to 0. And then I can increase the, yeah, the modifier. And creating more coupons. No, I'm not. Too dangerous to be left alive. Okay, hold on. We don't need draw X-ray anymore, but something's going on here. Ah, okay. And for your information, sir, I am not making more kobolds. I am making a cat. let me just delete that face for now. Some of these edges are just being a bit of a pain. Alright. So if I put the solidifier back on, yeah, we're good to go. I am making a Halloween cat. Also welcome, Angel. Okay, so from here... Let's shoot that smooth for a bit. So far, this is kind of what it would look like once we get the carving in. I think it's good. Little doofy, but we live on the borderline edge of doofy. There we go. Just a little farther in the pumpkin. Does that look okay? Yeah. Almost far enough in the pumpkin for the cat to see through it. Might go with simple on this one, but maybe in the future you could like remove the carving and make the cat actually see through it. It's an idea. After all, we got less than 20 days to finish this thing. Okay. I don't think we need the other Jackal plane. This is the one we're gonna want to have a duplicate of. Apply this. Any modifiers on pumpkin? No. Let's see, where is it? Hard Ops box cutter. Shade flat. That's what we're looking for. Okay, let me apply. Apply the Boolean. Get rid of this. I know it looks a little off at the moment, but all we have to do is grab this tool, and we're just going to separate it. Little shading trick. If it doesn't work, cut the geometry apart. So we just need to highlight all of the internal parts here. Carefully. Now, usually at this point, we would want to retopo if this model was going to have its own animations that change the geometry in different ways, but it's not. So we're just going to separate that bit and shade smooth. So we can then grab this interior loop, that interior loop, and that one. Control plus. Separate that too. And Bob's your uncle, it's smooth. There are a couple bits that aren't exactly smooth at the moment, but what I can do is basically take all these individual parts, Control J, join them back together, and it didn't merge the pieces back together, it just merged them all into one object again. And what I would do from here is use a free add-on called Abnormal after selecting everything, and then spherized normals. Easy. And if I didn't like that, I could just go back and basically set normals from faces. See? No big deal. Another fix is to go in here and... Oh. Hold the phone. There's something going on in here. Okay. I think I know what it is. Basically, what I want to do is to join these together. Yeah. That way it knows not to change them. And then if I merge that, and merge that, because right now we just want to get it smooth. As smooth as possible, hopefully. Yeah, we'll X-mirror once we've got this part done. Just Blender's getting a bit confused on how we want the normals to be projected because of how the meshes were merged together. Yeah, the alternative is to like fuse all the stuff together, and then so basically you would want to merge these individual points with either by doing joints like this or by merging them together like that. And that would fix most issues. I think we're probably going to go around trying that. Okay. Just a little bit of normal solving. As most VTuber programs support custom normals, but I'd rather not assume, you know? So this one's trying, as you can see, is trying to connect to that one, and it's making it look weird. So we're going to force Blender to recognize it to join to this one. And we're fine. Oh, too much zoom. And if anything, we'll merge all that to last. Do we need to? I guess we won't. It's fine. When you're doing this kind of thing, you just want to make sure that when you're joining the pieces together, that they line up in a way that kind of makes sense, you know? So that... Let's see, we're having a bit of an issue in here, too. But we'll fix that. So, right now this is like displaying more of a spherical normal. And if anything, we're kind of cleaning up the mesh a little bit. Actually, I have an idea. Okay. Bear with me. Okay, so we're gonna grab half of the mesh. Delete that. Generate, mirror. Okay. And then we're going to say no to merging. Don't allow clipping? No. Yeah, we'll allow for now. Okay. So what we need is to merge all of the center bits together. Merge by distance. What happened here was that there was no hide that. There's nothing in the center protecting it from the merge, which is fine. I'll just do it manually. Just gonna put it back together. There we go. And now I gotta make sure that those two sections aren't joined together again. So, my idea to fix this little issue here is to borrow the normals from our other pumpkin. So, we would do a normal transfer. So, we want a data transfer from the original pumpkin, replace face corner data, custom normals, nearest face interpolated. Bam! Just like that. Thank God we saved the other pumpkin! Pumpkin with carving. And this is the reason why you want to make sure that you always have a spare mesh before you do anything crazy. That way you can have a backup or something you copy the normals from. It works really well. So instead of doing, you know, crazy amounts of work, we could just let the custom normals handle it. Okay. And I think we're gonna make a duplicate of this. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna add it. New material. This is how we have to do it. Make a new material, pumpkin carving, darker. Don't worry about however many materials we make. It'll all be baked out in the end. So it'll all eventually unify into one material. Right now, we just need to make different materials for all the different aspects that need to be different colors, different textures, different things like that. Okay. I'm just going to grab the darker bits. And I'm going to turn, yeah, the emission down to 1.0. There. Nice. That way, yeah, this pumpkin carving should probably be 3. There. Now that we have, it looks like we have a bit of like afterglow on that side, on all the sides, which completes the look. So, yay! As for like the generic, the general look of like, okay, it's indented, yes, but we don't see very much of it. That will be fixed with textures. So we can fuck around with that once we get the rest of it in, but I like when he turns, it looks a little goofy. I don't know. Thinking about it, I'm like, maybe I had a beard. I'm dying. It looks a little goofy from the side, but I like it. It's funny. Okay, so let's turn off the pumpkin carving for now. And we're going to give you the black texture. Where are we toppling now? Because I think the cat body is fine. The tail will be able to wag. That's something, at least. We're going to turn off our references, and we are going to go into the cat topo. Add a new plane, and get on with it. So, it's going to be similar to what we had before, except we're going to be adding a mirror modifier. We're going to mirror all up there. And what we want to make this easier is to use our Draw X-Ray, which it's a free add-on, by the way. It's worth having. Okay, so you want to make sure the green is the side you're looking at, because that is the side with the proper normals. Red is bad, blue is good. In most cases. Sometimes you use it to cheat, like shader effects. But in the case of a base mesh or a regular model, you absolutely want to make sure that you have the proper side. So for this, we're going to have face snapping. And we're going to have, face project snapping. And on top of that, what we want to add is a shrink wrap to project positive and negative on surface. And before we finish that, we're going to combine all of the pieces of the cat retopo together. Control J. You need an active object. That way, since the shrink wrap can only accept so many targets, so well, they can only take like 2 targets. So we need to combine all of our meshes together. So bam. And then, yep, Draw X-Ray is active on mode. So what we're going to do is make sure the mirror has no clipping. And yeah, let's put that first. And we're just going to slowly make our way around the entire mesh. Just adding whatever we need to add. We're going to go into wireframe because it makes it a lot easier. Hello. Okay, set origin to geometry. And then set origin to 3D cursor. What? Color me confused, but wasn't this supposed to be mirrored? Sometimes Blender likes to play pranks. Generate. Empty form, generate. Mirror. Yeah. It is. So then, what's your deal? Whatever. When the mirror modifier doesn't recognize what the true global mirror is, it's pretty simple to fix. Tell it with an object. line up the center vertices. There we go. What? Shrink crap is being weird. Alright, fuck you then, buddy. We'll just use the surface snapping. I don't remember ever giving me that much problems, but hey, sometimes it gets like that. Control click our way around. That way we can over the nose and get a nice shape going. Let's see. I think for this part, we're going to enable vertex snapping, because we don't really need to lose geometry on the head, because that's typically what ends up happening when you do retopo. Okay. And from here, yeah, we're going to fill out the parts of the face that like are okay with the amount of geometry that they have. Yeah, face snapping for now. Not that one, face project. Yeah. So we're going to ignore that part. And yeah, move this in so then we can screw that over. Because we have to correct for some of the issues that arose with the subdivision. It's fine. It's normal, actually. Yeah, there we go. And we'll turn on that, which is a surface snapping. Or, well, it's if the vertices come close together, they're going to fuse together. Okay. Seeing as this is not really going to animate or move, it's a good idea for us to... Yeah. If a part's not going to animate or, like, move or anything like that, and sometimes even if it is, it's okay to make, like, tries. And in this instance, this try is displaying in not the exact way we want, so we're going to rotate the edge. And there we go. Now it's showing rounded. That's what we want. We want the model to be rounded. And then from here, we can just extrude down. First, get rid of that. No, instead of doing this, let's go to vertex. Because we're okay with the placement at this stage. We'll be popping back and forth between vertex snapping and not. There we go. And then from here, I'm going to turn off snapping. And we're going to make some minor corrections to reshape out the nose. So we want our little bean nose to be. There we go. We want our little bean nose to be pointing outward, not inward in any way. Okay. Back to surface snapping. Let's get the necessary stuff in here. Hello. What are you doing? There we go. Let's make that unselectable, just in case. Okay. First loop up. We're okay with some of this. We're going to maintain what we can, but we're still going to at least try to make the model at least a little bit better for, you know, some kind of animation in case someone wants to. The nose having some tries in there is fine. It's going to animate as one piece, like a singular piece, if someone goes to animate it. So it's not exactly going to be like, oh, hey, the nose looks a little funky. Because it has to, like, move in a specific way. Not really gonna happen. Because it's all gonna move in one spot. Or, like, all together as, like, one unison part. Last. There, fill that in, fill that in. There we go. Nose is done. Okay. I think we like the look of the eyes. Or at least up to this point. So from here, I'm gonna go back to face snapping. Let's see. Where is this? Let's put this back on. Yeah, we don't want it to go around like that. So we're gonna start creating our own and going around here like this, and eventually merging back like that. So what we can do is we can try to keep the like vertex count, but not necessarily the shape. So we're gonna get a rough outline here. I'm just going to try to get the pieces that I know that need to be here into place. I have model a quadruped before. Delete those. It wouldn't be that loop, it'd be this loop. So what we need is we need a loop to come around this way to the top of the mouth line. And that way we can fill this in like that. Oh, actually, hold on. We need one much lower. Yeah, we'll use this one to go much lower around the basin of the jaw area. Considering there's only 3 loops right here, this one should be like this. That way. This one can split. From here, what we need. Need a mouth line. Figured we might as well just create a whole mesh. Like one that could, like, take the pumpkin head off and just become a regular cat. Why not? May add a little more to the production time, but people like nicer things. And I'm, you know, not against giving them some nicer things. Okay, so if this is going to be the mouth line. Typically speaking, for... Where are the cat references? Damn it. You go away. Okay. A cat mouth tends to be longer. So what we're going to do is delete this and delay the combining of the two. At least a little bit. Okay, gotta make that a little bit farther in. And this piece should have multiple pieces because this one wants to wrap around that way. Kind of figuring out cat topology as we go. Bit of a mixture of both, honestly. So I think around here is probably a good spot. Okay. object last, and there. Just one more further down than what we had before.
Nice.
Oh, thank you! Thank you! The Stoic Rat TV, thank you. Yeah. Just trying to give it this little cat some decent topology for animation. Not 100% cat topology, but if it was, it'd be much harder. I have been looking for more Blender artist VTubers. It is, yeah, it's pretty tight-knit community, all things considered. But yeah, this cat, if I went for like more cat stuff, like cat features for like the mouth and whatnot, it would be a little harder to apply our current knowledge of like generic shape keys for like let's say you wanted it to follow like mouth, someone wanted to follow mouth movements of like ARKit. It'd be a little harder to do because the mouth would be shaped wildly differently compared to a person. So I figured it would probably be better to just focus on making like a hybrid of the topology types because, you know, it's going to be a free asset, so I'm not sure like who's going to be using it and for what reason. I just wanted to make a cute little Halloween cat thing. You know, people tend to like my last post. Because this was the last thing I released. This little trash waifu crown. It's actually it's a completely free asset. It's for Warudo and Blender. If you happen to use Warudo, or if you wanted to turn it 2D, it's up to you. I don't care what people use it for. Still have a hard time doing topology from scratch like this. And maybe to buy that sculpt tool. Yeah, honestly, same sometimes, because like, the funny thing about like topology like this is if I apply this mirror and then temporarily and then add a shrink wrap modifier, the hilarious part about this, hold on, let me put that in there. The hilarious part about this is, let's go ahead and get out of here, apply, deform, shrink wrap. Let's go for project on surface, positive, negative, and target. Target. Hello, target. Is it because I... Yeah, I can't touch that. Okay. Duly noted. You have to be able to touch the retopo object to target a shrink wrap. Noted. If we duplicate this one... yeah. If we duplicate this one, and then we go into sculpt mode, we can lightly, and I mean lightly tap to... Draw X-ray doesn't show up on here. To basically make the mesh itself fix any issues that we made. So if I go like this and things go crazy, I can just kind of lightly tap or hold, and it will eventually fix itself. You just kind of have to be careful along your mirrored access, but so long as there's no like shape keys involved, you can always just re-mirror. Right now I'm using a mouse. I've gotten used to doing this part of it with a mouse, but I do have a like sculpt tablet myself. So basically at this point, what you want to do is get out of sculpt mode and then apply one of your shrink wraps. And then I can hide the other one and just kind of keep it there for when I want to go back and to make another duplicate of it. Generate the mirror. Cross the one mirror object. So I'm going to go in here, grab those, hide. And let's turn off the mirror object for a moment. That way I can delete that one side and then re-enable the mirror object. And now the topology is back to being mirrored. There are a couple of ways to do it, but that's one of a better way. Like, say, like you basically just use like a tool like haphazardly like that, and you're just trying to plug geometry into each other, you know, that like real fast kind, and like that, you know, I can, because I have this this shrink wrap tool, I could technically go in here and just kind of smooth it a bit and check it and smooth it. Yeah, let me apply the mirror real quick, because I don't know what's going on with the vertices in the center. Or why it's unselectable. Let me check this without the draw X-ray. Ah, okay. This is fine. That feeling when you accidentally delete the wrong thing. I just need to reapply the mirror, put the X-ray back on. Above the shrink wrap, please. Don't allow clipping. Duly noted. Draw X-ray has some interesting features in here. Shift N. Personally, I don't know why draw X-ray is showing topology that's not there anymore. I'm gonna learn for now. We'll definitely be around. Nice meeting you too. It's really fun. Seeing other people who like actually want to do like Blender. Meanwhile, I'm gonna figure out what's going on. Oh, there's another mesh plane in here somehow. Mirror? You okay? Oh, okay. I'm being stupid. There we go. All's right with the world. Let it be a note to everybody. Make sure that your planes are all right. I don't know what's going on with the X-ray here. Okay, let's re-add them. It's no big deal. Last. Oh my, I actually got rid of a lot more than I thought it did. Okay. Have some fixing to do. What is going on? mirror, no clipping. Mirror object. Whoops, forgot the mirror object. Watch as modeler loses his mind over things that don't understand how they're supposed to work. Ah! Hold on. That's what happened. It hided. It hided stuff. We're good. We're good. No panicking. You're panicking. I'm panicking. I swear modifiers are a friend. They're our ally. They're not here to harm us. There we go. Draw actually was telling me the truth. Everything else was telling me lies. Alright, back to our regularly scheduled. Sorry, Terraria music is very intoxicating. Let's go ahead and get the loop around the eye here. Yeah, for anyone that was curious, the add-on was not having the problem. The problem was Blender was like, I'm going to not tell you hit the H key to hide things. And then I'm like, why is everything not working? But the add-on was just like, no, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm very happy I have that X-ray add-on now. So, we are going to add in the chin line down here. Not too worried about having less topology than what is actually necessary for the mouth at the moment, because I can just add another loop like that. But right now we're going to keep it a little bit simpler. That way it's easier to make sure that we have everything we need. Topology-wise, at least. Okay. I need to join the head and body back together. That way our shrink wrap and retopper will still work well. So I'm going to take this one and just kind of drive it upwards around the chin area. Which leads me to create just enough edges in here. So that we can hold F and feel really good about ourselves. I love filling giant lines of topology. It feels good when it goes right, and then it's like, if it goes wrong, it's like, oh no, what did I do wrong? What this allows us to do is to not affect the face itself as we work, if we need to. Let's see. We need a mask in there. By that I mean, yeah, I'm gonna add another loop in here. One thing to actually really remember is that in here, the lines around your eyes need to be circles, but the line immediately after them needs to be a mask. So it loops around the top of the where the eyebrows meet near the forehead, and just below the eyes. That's just a really good topology practice. And what it has done for us here with this particular model is it's given us even more topology to work with around the ear region, which is a really good thing, because our chin was actually missing quite a bit of topology. By that I mean, shade smooth would be fine with this, but yeah, you can still kind of see that we probably need to add a little more, and by adding a little more, we will not add loops where we don't want them. Oh, my bad. Wrong object. See? So it loops back around. To add more loops to the top of the head and to the bottom of the chin doesn't affect the amount of loops that we have for the rest of the face. And that's very important, because we want full control of how many loops we put in the mouth. That's why it's locked off to its own region. So we can do this, and then because the shrink wrap exists, all we have to do is duplicate it. You have to be kind of careful where you're sculpting, and in order to do that, you can swap draw X-ray over to sculpt mode, and when you go ahead and smooth, just don't touch the middle line, whatever you do, as much as you can. As you can see, it can still go over in sculpt mode. So what you want to do is manually fix that in edit mode, where the mirror modifier is still taking effect. Another reason why you want to duplicate your shrink wraps is because with the shrink wraps off, you'll see how like this look doesn't look right. How like it's actually kind of being weird when you try to smooth. What you can do is you can apply a shrink wrap and duplicate. Well, you want to get out of sculpt mode first. Hold on. I guess it replied anyway. But yeah, so I'm going to duplicate, and I'm going to get out of edit mode, apply, and then go into sculpt mode again, and now you have even better control. So it's kind of like, I've lost control, please give me control back, but apply the sculpt while you're doing it. Should still be plenty big for a cat mouth. Yeah, this makes retopology not only faster, but a lot easier. So for instance, turn. Okay, cool. You can hold shift click to make sure that it's in both draw X-rays in edit and sculpt mode, which is good. That's what we want. So you see how this line's not really like lining up right now? Let me go ahead and duplicate and get out of that. Apply. What we can do, since this is not really as topologically dense as it should be, we can add a line in here and then mirror it over here so that the mouth not only has more to work with, but it will make it easier for us to line this up better. So if I go into sculpt now, it starts to recognize this line as something that needs to be spaced out going upwards, and it starts flattening out our jawline. Yep, gotta duplicate and apply. You can ignore this applied modifier first thing. It doesn't really matter with this technique. Just change this. So I want to make sure that we get pretty even across the board. Another fast tip is stay on your grab tool, your grab brush, and use shift to make sure that everything is going according. That way you can actually force grab things without having to get out of this mode, the scope mode. Speaking of things we need to make sure of, 15 edges. We have to decide where the eye is going to be. So here and here. How many loops do we have at the bottom and the top? That really matters. Or how many vertices? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we need to decide where the vertex needs to be. That'd be here. Because this one's not really lining up that well. Gives us more space to work with. Here. The really important bit when it comes to modeling faces and eyes is that the amount of vertices you have at the top and the bottom equal every time. As long as it's equal, you're alright. Because you can always hit the model with a subdivision modifier without damaging anything. As for the verts near the corner of the mouth, these two in particular, they're going to be really close to the edge. Like, I'm talking like this. Because why? Yeah, because it gives you more control. It gives you more control over the shape of the mouth. It just makes more sense once you get to, like, doing ARKit stuff. Because if I were to, say, show this face now, you have to go really close, even without me hitting Shade Smooth, to realize that it's 3 individual pieces. And that's kind of what you want. Oh, hello, mirror modifier. That's one thing you absolutely need to make sure of. The mirror modifier in the stack is actually, you know, what you want it to be for the mirror before you apply everything, even when you're using this method. Let me go back to shade flat. Well, actually, no, shade smooth is fine. Just going to go back to this mode. And we're going to go back into sculpting. And just kind of try to smooth this out a little. Little bits at a time. Pushing, pulling, smoothing. Because the shrink wrap's taking care of most of the work. Been a big fan of work smarter, not harder. Ever since I discovered this trick, things have gotten a lot easier for me. For like making pretty sure I found this trick on somebody else's channel. I wish I remember where I got it from. But it's been a lot easier on me to get topology to line up. Like, it's one of the hardest parts of the process. Vertex snapping. That way we can snap all these things together. And let's drive some topology up to the ear. Give me a drink. Oh, okay. Alright, so one thing I'm noticing is our mask is probably a little too low. We're gonna Move that up a little bit. Because we do kind of want, like, the mask part to nearly line up with the top of the eye area. At the very least. Judging from the topology at this point, we're probably going to start deviating again. Just because we really need to get everything lined up well. Just gonna control click a couple of times because we know where this one's gonna go. And we can always just merge like this as we go. Not 100% concerned about where the verts end up when I'm control clicking. Because between the shrink wrap and the connect vertice, this merge, auto merge vertices, we're pretty good. Let the program handle the hard work. Okay, from here, we're going to create the shape of the ear around the ear. So we're going to ignore what the verts had before, and we're going to start sectioning off the ear, if you will. Because that's the most important way to tell if you're doing it right. If you struggle with the retopology, the best thing you could do is this. You make the loop, all of the important loops first, and then fill in the rest. So that would be the eye loop, the loop around the nose. In a human model, it would go this way around the jaw. So there'll be a loop underneath this loop, the mask loop that goes underneath the jaw area. This didn't really have a need for it in this model because the mouth is much wider. So if I did it that way, there'd be ideally you would want in a human model, you want this star here, which is these 5 points, and this star here to line up. And if you make that loop that goes underneath the jaw area, it will line up. It's just the nose is really funky for this model. Speaking of funky, I can probably make it look a little bit better if I were to join these. That way I can, yeah, move this part around. And it makes it a little more round. We're not concerned with like the nose being kind of divoted at the moment. That's going to get fixed after we apply everything. Just one of the final checks that we're going to have to go through. Making sure all the mouth lines line up. How many do we have? 11? Okay, as long as there's enough mouth lines at the top and the bottom. Okay. I'm used to it being even. That should be fine. Yeah, 17 in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Okay. When you're counting, you don't want to count the two parts that are going to be the edges. And that's kind of the only rule. You count the top ones above it and the bottom ones below it. If they're even, you're good. I don't know what's going on when it comes to the count, but it'll work. And if it's going to work for animation, then we're good. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, from here, this is going to have to make way, because this has to go around the ear before the rest of the vertices can do their thing. Just a nice big circle around the ear. Not going to be worried too much about... yeah, see, we're going to have to get rid of this. That way we can venture this off, connect it like that. There we go. Or rather, we're going to merge those so that then this can subdivide and get thrown into this one. Okay, we might have too many loops up here on the forehead. Or what I did here, change to be a little more like this. Sometimes it's about how you filter your loops. It really depends on where you need the topology and how well it's going to animate. And I know I've been harping on about the importance of topology, but it is not always important. It's one of those things where it's like, yes, this means a lot, but also it means jack shit sometimes. Because there are parts of a model that you can get away with not having good topology, and you've lost nothing. It takes some experimentation to find out where you can do this, but I and every other modeler will not hold it against you if you have, let's say, tries in the butt area, or if you're hiding tries in the nose, or something like that, you know, or, heaven forbid, human ears. Just make the human ears look good and collapse all of your triangles into there. Because they're not going to move. Like, what are they going to do? Flap? Like, they're not going to deform their shape at all, more or less. And if they do, it's going to be pretty uniform. So that's, you know, that's what I'm saying, where it's like, if you're going to hide your triangle somewhere, make it somewhere that people will not see during animation. Yeah, see. Doesn't exactly look the greatest, but if I duplicate the shrink wrap, go back into sculpt, and just kind of lightly tap away. Oh man, did it just fix itself? I think it did. Look at me being sassy. Yep. So far, so good. And we just apply it, ignore the modifier warning. Well, we go back to make our edits. So from here, this can actually go back around to the back of the head. Because at this point, it's done all of its job. It just needs to loop back around. And if that's the case, then we're going to get to where this corner is, and we're going to make a star. That way we can, much like how the topology is right here at the top, so that we can control the topological density without having to have another full loop around the whole place. Okay, let's get that down in there. Add another loop. here. Technically speaking, we could combine it like this. And would that be good? Or should we allow more? Yeah, let's combine it. That way we can kind of pull this out a little, because it's not a part of the ear right now. This entire loop is just the base of the ear where it connects. It's not going to be part of where the animation takes place. And because I have that additional star in here, I can connect like this, like that. And then we just play connect the dots. The other thing I could do is I can duplicate the shrink wrap, apply it, and instead of having to move all the vertices I just added individually, they're now on the mesh again. So all the loop cuts that I did are applied to the mesh once I apply the shrink map. So they're forced to be on the nearest part of the mesh, which in most cases, unless you're working on a really small scale thing, are exactly where you need them to be. Yeah. So, funny thing about this loop back here, if I needed more topology on the ear, I can kind of cheat it. Because right now it's filtering to the back of the head up to the ear, and if I filter it back around, you know, over this way, say, make like this loop that I have up in here, now I can actually have pretty much as much topology as I want on the ear without affecting the face. And the most it will affect is, say, what's up over here on the spine area. Which, you know, we're going to need a lot in the back anyway. So it's not that big of a deal. Oh, I forgot the trash can waifu ground. Let me take that off. Hello. Where are you going? Okay. So I kind of like the topology at the back of the ear, so we might just keep that. Vertex snapping. Not extrude. Please don't extrude. Okay. These can be vertex snapped. Not that one in particular. That one will probably be like this. Just gonna change a bit of the angle of some things to try to make sure that everything's okay. There's a certain degree that we don't want the angles to take. And I'm no rocket scientist at it, but I've definitely noticed that your life gets a lot harder as an artist if you tend to try to go, oh, I can put these verts anywhere. Anywhere is fine. No, you kind of want to have them at a certain angle, especially if you're working in realism. Bruh, topological density is crazy. Like, it is law. Like, I tried, when I basically, I took a sculpting class, and I made a model of an orc from, World of Warcraft. And what ended up happening was, I didn't put enough topology around the eyes. I thought I could get away with anything I wanted. So what happened was, basically it was something like this, you know, maybe the same amount of topological density. Excuse me. I'm telling a story. Can you not just blink yourself to Timbuktu? Where are you? What is this vert? Oh, it's a random extrusion. Okay. We're good. About to throw me into a panic attack. Anyways, um, it wasn't much more dense than what we have here. And I tried adding, like, I want to say 4K resolution sculpting onto it. So it was a normal map, and it was about 4K resolution. And I sculpted the heck out of this, like pores and everything. And when I applied it to this, I want you to imagine a normal map being applied to a mesh. Let me grab this. Imagine a normal map being applied to a mesh, and it looks kind of cool. Like, some parts look good, but then parts that didn't have enough topological density looked like this. No matter how much I wanted them to be shaded smooth and to play nice, they didn't. It looked like a really bad implementation of anti-aliasing. So when you have really bad AO, it turns out that normal maps and shadows tend to like borrow from like vertices. Like this, they try to like calculate based upon the vertices rather than like the smoothness of the mesh. I wish it was different. It's for that reason I try not to use AO when I'm like trying to sculpt and stuff, or when I'm trying to like texture paint, especially because AO can be a really good shortcut, or it could be something that damages like your texture. It's definitely something that needs a bit of experimentation to find out whether or not you really want to use it as an artist. Alternatively, there's always using it for kind of indicating where the shadows should be and then hand painting the rest. I've done both before. It's really finicky. Especially if you're going to bake AO. If you're going to try to bake anti-aliasing, you need the mesh to be manifold. You can't have already done like, oh, I'm going to cull this, I'm going to cull that. It does not work that way, Chief. I'm sorry. It doesn't work that way. Let's see, can we put it there? I think so. Should be fine. No, we need more verts inside. No, we need face project. Yeah, that's good. But yeah, some of the nightmares you end up with when you're texture painting, and you're like, oh, I think I could use a shadow algorithm to come help me. You forgot you already culled all of the parts that it needed to make sure that it isn't going to cull the inside of your mesh. I didn't make that mistake on the orc model though. I'm pretty happy with how that one turned out. But that bears the other issue where if you don't cull that part of the model, you now have parts of your texture that aren't being used because you're gonna have to cull. Eventually, you're gonna have to take away parts of the model so that things don't clip, so that it's easier on you to rig, and more along the lines of like game engines can't handle a whole lot. Like, even though Warudo is technically using Unity, which it has some pretty damn good culling features on its own, there's still a lot here that won't really play well with each other if you decide to push the limits. That's why one of the things that I hear people do often is which I have used, especially even on this model, the black lines on this model are not me importing the model with reverse hull. So there's a reverse hull technique that lets you apply outlines to models, and it's pretty common, all things considered. I didn't do it for this model because I knew the shader that I was going to use can do it. And what that means is if you let the shader take control of the lines and you just use a texture to tell it, okay, this is the density of it, this is where it's supposed to be, what you can do is you can get away with a lot less geometry at runtime, because it lets Unity run its own calculations, or whatever program you're going to use run the calculations for you, rather than telling Unity going, oh, hey, this is something that already pre-exists. I'm just going to calculate it as a mesh, and I can't use any, like, mathematical tricks or wizardry to make it be a little bit less, resource intensive. Case in point, if you've messed with any of the Genshin models before, which I have, they're really good models. I did it to learn their techniques, and one of the first models that I actually made fully was a model in their style of one of their characters that was dead, and they didn't want to actually make the character themselves. So I just would, like, put on Thanos Gauntlet, I'll do it myself. But, they use a lot of techniques, and I do mean a lot. Like, the amount of textures that they use for, like, anti-aliasing, lighting, different lighting techniques, and what I was saying for, like, the whole inverse hull method for the shader to do the work, it's actually insane. It's twice as much as what you would normally see in the average game mesh. And it is a very interesting study to see what they do between hiding color values and alpha layers, and just the whole 9 yards of how far they went to develop this style. Like, they may not pay attention to player feedback, but they went the whole 9 yards for their graphics engine and their characters. Which, by the way, if you didn't know, you don't gotta rip the game to get those things. They actually give them away on Bilibili. I'm not even joking. You can get your hands on as many of the Genshin playable character models as you want from Bilibili. They let people study it. It's actually a genius marketing move. Because the more people know how to make models that are like theirs, the more people could apply to work there. It's so smart. But yeah, that's just a little tidbit from my personal 3D journey. Hopefully I say this in regards that don't make those mistakes. Don't make the same mistakes. They're not fun. They're not fun to stress over. Okay, we're probably going to directly copy the ear topology because it's actually kind of nice. Like, it's not anything crazy, it's not bad. If I could get this thing to stop trying to grab vertices on the other side of the fucking mesh, that'd be great. Oh my god. Probably gonna need to turn off the auto merge because we're starting to get into the territory of things are getting really close together. And just kind of use it sporadically. For now, let's just try to create the loop. The rest of the body should be pretty easy. we're still gonna follow a bit of topology, but I don't think we need to follow it as crazily, simply because it's gonna be pretty stationary, all things considered. If we wanted the model to be like not full, not like, you know, sitting stationary, then we would have had to model it standing up, you know, like rigor mortis level of standing up. But it's okay. Not really meant to be something that people would go crazy with, but just in case, I figured I'd add, you know, working mouth, working ears level of topology. You know, surprise your audience as a streamer. You could have it mimic your mouth movements. I'm pretty sure Warudo can do that. Pretty sure. I swear to God, I'm probably gonna get added after this. By the Warudo devs. Yes, you can. They're really on top of it, actually. The crown model that I made, I wasn't actually expecting anyone to see it. Like, I'm just like, you know, it's a crown. It's a trash waifu crown. I thought it was funny. I just wanted to put it out into the world, see if anybody wanted it. Maybe 1 or 2 people were going to see it. Warudo devs themselves saw it. I'm like, huh? What? What did I do? How did you see this? They're ninjas. They're everywhere. The only hashtag I used was VTuber. Like, you know, just like one of the most common like tags out there to be used by everyone in the space. That actually made my day the other day. Like, if you're out there, I already know I said thank you before, but thank you in like actual voice. Warudo devs, you not only made my day, you actually kind of inspired me. Thank you. And by inspired me, I mean here I am again. Making another prop for people who care about Halloween or want to care. If we can get this one done relatively quickly, I have another prop idea, another really dumb like skit prop idea that I wanted to go and do. Some people, you know, are like, I'll just make models on here on Twitch. I'll make models on Twitter, but those don't seem to be getting a lot of traction for me. However, people like my shit posts. So, I'm okay with that. You want shit posts? I'll give you shit posts. I can do that. Alright, we're nearly done with the ear here. Taking a bit of time, but, you know, at the very least, even the ear topology is good enough for animation, so we'll take that. Oops. Alright, we might start finally having that problem of, grabbing vertices through the mesh solved. I say that right as I grab another vertice. I cannot tell you how many, like, models when I made early in my venture that I nearly ruined by grabbing the wrong vertice because I'm over here doing retopo. And I was not paying attention fully to what I was doing. It is such an easy mistake to make. Yay! Okay, that's done. Eye done. We gotta get the eye done. We're gonna do face project and... Huh. I think it would be a good idea to actually make this eye capable of blinking. Because people that... they're doing this, messing with the models, trying to find something they can mess around with for their streams. May not be the best at that. So let's go ahead and scale this down like that. We're going to give this cat a bit of a... Yeah. We're going to make the eye kind of closed, because you're not going to see it through my version, but people will be able to see that, oh, this cat actually does have, like, expression capabilities when they actually get inside of the mesh model themselves. I think that's a good idea. Oh, hello. Don't do that. Turn off the auto weld. Okay. From here, what I want to do is grab this loop in here. I'm sorry, what? Hold on. Something thinks the loop should be connected all the way over there, and I don't know what it is. Ah! It thinks there's something else over there. Okay, cool. Got it. No worries. Good. Good. We're going to save. I'm going to grab this loop, and then we're going to select invert, and we're going to make a new vertex group. We're going to assign this, you know, wrap group. And that way we can tell it shrink wrap only to this group, not to this one. So we should be able to pull this out now. Yep. And let's get a shape. So we're just going to carefully get an eye shape in here. No welding. Bad. Bad program. Okay. Give me that. Pull that forward. And I think we'll close the cat's eyes entirely. Not only will it help us make a better shape in the end, but it'll make it easier for people who want to adapt the eye. Adapt the cat to something that, you know, suits an actual, like, model. Look at me. I'm going to make a simple proc. Proceeds to go, what if cat could blink and talk? I'm probably not going to do, like, the AR kit stuff myself on here. I just wanted to make it so that people could if they wanted to. Especially because the cat's head's going to be covered by a freaking pumpkin. Okay. That to go down more. So what we have here is the corner of the eye. Scale those in a bit. Have you line up. You line up. I'm so glad we haven't done the underside of the chin right now. I'd be selecting so many vertices I didn't mean to. All right. I think that's good. We're going to add another loop in here. Pull it out. And smooth it a bit. We're going to pull it out a lot more. Why? So that we can then bevel it. Twice. And what that does is give people enough vertices to work with. Oh, hold on. We have to pull it over a little before we bevel. Bevel once. Bevel once. And since this is shrink wrapping properly, I can pull this loop back so that these can have a little more room to work with. Oh, okay, another one. No, probably not. So I need to grab this and pull it forward a little bit more. And I can pull this in a little bit so that we get a bit of an eye shape, if you will. Ah, I need to add these or remove these from that modifier. Okay. I think we're good. Majority of the head is good. So from here, we need to transition direction down and this direction across. And this will be the main neck area. So the rest of this shouldn't be quite as hard to fill. Right. And there we go. Because from here, hilariously, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Oh, nope, just 4. Right? 3, 4, 5. Never mind. Yep, 4. We can let the shrink wrap carry us from here. And what I mean by that is if I duplicate this and then apply it, for the most part, it will bring us much closer to the end result that we want. So I think 2 at a time. I'm gonna bring these over and merge them. We don't really have to care about, no, probably should have brought 3 at a time. My bad. We don't really care about how the topology is looking at the moment in terms of its density. Only that it's solid. We can duplicate, apply. And now that it's on there, this is where that trick comes really in handy. Because while it is messing with our mirror modifier over there, we can just easily fix it. Duplicate, apply. Yeah, you might see it snapping here and there as it tries to figure out where it's supposed to be. You just need to keep adding and keep adding the new a new shrink wrap and keep applying, and it will get there. Every once in a while, duplicate, apply. And that's retopology easy. At least the easiest way I've found. And then we just go back into edit mode and fix up whatever issues we may have ended up having on the mirror modifier. The only thing this doesn't do is like kind of even out the crease line, if you will. But that's fine. Like, that's not really something that to be all that worried about. Because you can always just go back and fix it. I'd rather fix one in one line than all of the shit that I just did. Yeah, we need another loop. Which is fine, because there. Now the nose has a little bit more geometry to work with. Apply. Oh, one thing we can do is grab some of these verts that are a little too far in, say like these 5 here, and remove them from the vertex group so that we can then do what we need to with them. Gotta remember to turn off both of your things that shrink wrap. But yeah, that's the reason why I use them both at the same time. It's really nice. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled retopo. There we go. Okay, so now that that's pretty dense, we are going to go back into sculpt mode and de-densify it. Come on, space yourself out. Oh, turn off the auto merge. Apply, duplicate. Okay, we'll apply that one. Fix this up. Yeah, we're good. Let's grab, let's say, all of this and pull it down. Because we know this is probably going to go the whole venture, like all the way down here. We know this is going to go around this way. Probably going to have similar topology up here. We're being really, really, really delicate with this. Not really delicate, but like, what's the word I'm looking for? We're being very methodical about this. Because we need to make sure that we get the right loops. Things that flow well. There we go. And we're going to need a section up here to help continue the line as it travels down the back. Let me select that point, please. There we go. At least that way we can control how we filter. And I am going to need another loop up there, so let's just play around with that idea. How dense should that be up there? That's the major question. I suppose we're going to have to find out. This is definitely going to need another loop in here. So let's join that there. Subdivide and there. Yeah. So now we can control how many loops we put up here around the neck. Hello. All of this should be a part of your rap group. Unless... Why does that not look like it's applying? Ah, yes. We need all those on to see what we're doing. So this is going to wrap around the neck area. Whoops. And there we go. Let's see. As for the rest of this, we probably want to connect these two areas here. After a while, retopology kind of became like a fun puzzle to me. Probably because I found, you know, all these like hacks and whatnot that makes it a lot easier. It's no longer like a scary thing that I have to really think about too much. It's like, oh, I can't get my retopology straight. Oh, sculpted. What? What? Yeah, that is part of the process of becoming an artist. You start learning hacks and tricks and all these things that really make it a lot easier on you. The old adage of work smarter, not harder is definitely in play most of the day. All right. What I think we need to do from here is get the important loop on the lower leg. Uh-oh. All right. We're going to duplicate the shrink wrap and apply. That way. Yep. Sometimes all it takes is applying the shrink wrap to get the results to go back to normal. I love working with finicky programs. Don't tell Blender I said that. They're going to make it harder. They're like, oh, really? You like it being problematic? We can do that. And then I'll just be like, oh, Raggy. Okay, so we got this over here. I'm probably going to move all of that up. So we can get that other loop in there. This will extend to way over here. I think 3 is the minimum that we'll need. Oh, okay, hold on. There we go. Be precise, be methodical. That last rule is optional. Yeah. I hope to one day not only have, you know, more time, but be able to make models for like some of the people that really inspired me. Like I'd love to let's see, who would I make a model for first if given the opportunity? Huh. Very difficult question, because a lot of them, like, if they wanted a model, they could just get it. You know, I'll take a challenge. Athelstan. The art style for his model is actually relatively hard to recreate. And I would actually really love the opportunity to give it a shot. There's a couple of art styles that I would actually love to give a shot to. Aside from that, see, that adds a loop into the eye. We're gonna add. Let's see from here. How am I gonna have it more loops? Because the back definitely needs more loops than just this one right here. So I'm figuring out how I can filter the loop. But yeah, I'd like to try my hands at several artists' art styles when it comes to making models. When I was making this, you know, chibi model for Koban, I couldn't help but think there's this VTuber named Blue Nami, and I really, really want to try their style one day. They're really cute, like live 2D artist and rigger. If you haven't seen them before, you'll probably immediately fall in love with their art style. Oh, okay, this is how I can do it. But yeah, their chibis are super cute and adorable. There's a new VTuber out there named like Fluffin' Fox. She's a really cute model that looked like fun to make too. I'd like really love to try. Let's see. This tends to this part right here around the neck tends to happen usually farther up. It's to separate for especially for human models, because if you're trying to get rid of some loops, it's one way to do it. We personally don't need that in this model. We actually need more loops, but that's what a lot of people end up doing. Yeah, so right now we're gonna combine the loops together. We're gonna keep the dream of topology alive. Okay, good. There's a degree of separation between the arm and there. That's what we want to see. Yeah. I would say, you know, someone like, I think it might be a bit of a pipe dream, but maybe one day I might get good enough to make a model for Zentreya. But that's like, damn. Have you seen what that was made from them? From their model artists? Really solid work. But yeah, for now, I'm good with making props and whatnot. You know, never look a gifted horse in the mouth. I have no intention of losing teeth to a horse. I'm pretty sure most 3D artists have like a dream like that. That they want to do something, work with some company, work with someone. I would probably before I started streaming, the reason why it took me so long to start streaming, since I made my channel and all that, I was actually working on a fan model for Kureiji Ollie, and I really, really loved working on that model. It was such a crazy experience trying to make everything that was supposed to be for that model like work. It was all of the assets on that model are physical. Like aside from the chainmail, because that'd be insane. So like there was these like loops holding the corset together for the armor, for her armor, and me being the big dummy decided I'm gonna make them actual strings. How hard could that be to rig? Couldn't be that bad, right? Wrong. Wrong. It was painful, but I became a way better rigger because of it. Like don't even I can blink and rig something crazy. At least for like the weight painting side of things. And that's I would actually fall backwards in my chair and probably post the audio of doing so on Twitter if I was contacted by Hololive and they said they wanted to use that model in some way. But, you know, it's a dream. Sometimes I like to think about, you know, what could be. And hopefully with the community I'd like to forge, you know, people here on Twitch and on YouTube and whatnot, maybe one day this these nonsensical things that I'm thinking about could possibly happen. Let's see. What are we working with here? I think it's okay to venture this off. That's fine. Yeah, what's that gonna do? I try to add a loop in here, it'll loop back around to where? Oh, okay. Around the other... Yeah. By the way, this is probably not advised for, like, an animation model. I could probably do this a little bit better, maybe? Hold on. Hold on, I gotta cook. I gotta cook. I'm cooking. We're cooking? We're cooking? There's something here? Yeah! I thought about leaving it, but then my integrity was like, no. Finish. Finish what you started. Yeah, I'm always in awe when it comes to some of these artists and riggers, what they're able to do, like, um, and also, you know, people like, so there's a modeler, an artist out there who's been doing a lot of really, really good models lately, named Mr. Ziggy. If you are a character artist yourself, bro, dude, do that, wherever you are, this man's a god. He is out here on YouTube and Twitter, not Twitch, Twitter, making like crazy tutorials for really cool features. It is super nice. Like, he didn't even have to do that, and he's just out here. Here, take some of this like godsend knowledge of like how to make eyes glow and whatnot. Like one of the most recent things, or best methods for like what was it? What was one of the most recent things he did? Oh no, yeah, okay, not most recent, but like he did like a full face, like in the blink of an eye. It was so cool, so inspiring. If you are out there, my guy, you're the GOAT. You're insane. Love you, bud. Yeah. Let's go ahead and... Is this... Yeah, this loop is probably gonna circle around the stomach. We kind of want to get at least one of those in here right now. Add that loop there, second loop there. Another loop there. Yeah. A lot of people have been pretty on fire lately when it comes to upping the model game. And it's always easy. I'm always eager to see, like, what are you working on? What are you doing? Same for, like, you know, live 2D artists. Like, they've been going pretty ham with some of the features that they've been showing off lately. Yeah, I just really hope that it doesn't mean everybody's like everybody goes, oh, can I have everything? You realize it's gonna take me like, give or take a year and a half? Like, I don't care. With new features for comes, oh no, I have to learn this. Fun, but then everyone's gonna want it. Let's see, how we doing? Probably gonna wanna come in here and connect like this. Just because of the way things are for the model. We probably aren't going to be able to make 100% good topology, just because we're not standing up, or the model's not standing. So I'm just trying to create it in a way that's less intrusive to creating like a subdivision modifier. Because right now, that will either filter there or filter down under there, and that should still be fine? Yeah, that'll be fine. Alright. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I've been drinking a lot of water. So, I'll be right back, and we'll sort out this nightmare. It's the leg. See you in a bit. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue on with this leg. Oh my, okay. Okay. This face needs to be separated so that it can combine over here. And then let's combine this with that. All right. And dissolve that line. I'm cooking. Cooking. Okay. If I get rid of these, we now have enough room to go under there. And this loop okay. It's all about problem solving. Okay. Think we're good. Because I wanted to separate that loop. There we go. Now we're good. May not be the best looking loop, but it needed to be done. The leg needed to be separated from the rest of the body for the loops. Okay. And let me see how that looks. Yeah. I think we're good. Yeah. Look the best outside of, or like inside of this mode, but it's fine. It works. Okay, so now the other problem I run into is figuring out how I'm going to filter some of these. Because these are necessary. Well, clearly the top one needs to be like that. Wait, idea. Dissolve. Blow this one up so that it can fill there, and then that one goes down there because we need more control of the leg. And this lets us move this over here so we have a nicer looking leg. Okay. I do kind of want to, let's see. I want to dissolve this. Or not. Yeah, we'll go there, and then join this and that. No. We need more. More loops. Ah! Because we don't want to sacrifice our control over the loop over the lower leg. There we go. Look the greatest at the moment, but we do have full control over this loop. Which means... Okay. This should be trying to make its way under the belly, like so. So I want this to be like that. It's okay for the belly to have a lot more topology than what we have in other places, and this isn't particular about where it is, so we can move that up a little further to help even it out. What we actually need is another loop right here, so that we can connect these two together, finally. And this will be the loop that circles all the way around the back leg. That seems right. So that could be there. Not there particularly. Scale that down. And we're just going to try to snake it around. So that it eventually connects up with that one. Sometimes topology can be like a game of sorts. Let me guess how many times it takes to get this right. A 1, a 5, a 200. Okay, we're going to create that same structure up top, down here. Oh, auto merge is active. Okay, well, work with me, please. Ah, okay. Sometimes brain don't want to think. Okay, and so the structure's the same. We want to connect them like this. Solve that for now. So then we can fill that up. Okay, hold on. There we go. That way we can add that in there. And, oh. Hold on. Hold on. We got something here. There. Okay. We can always add more going down this way. So from here, puzzle pieces are starting to fit together. Go to sculpt mode for a moment. Okay. We're going to pull this over onto the leg before smoothing. Oh, hello. There. Yeah. I don't know why we have to pop these ones onto the right mesh. Alright. So we can then duplicate, apply. And now suddenly smoothing should work. Okay then, guess we're just gonna go with the click and drag method, I guess. I get it. This is happening because we didn't fuse all of the parts together. Alright, buddy. Okay, we'll do that. Maybe not. We could just do this by hand. Lightly smoothing later will be fine. Or, yeah, this works, this works. So I'm taking the inflate brush and using that to make sure that the geometry doesn't go below what it should, which is allowing me to smooth for longer. So if you get geometry popping like that from merging items together rather than going into sculpt mode, because normally what you could do is go into sculpt mode and fuse all of your little bits together. And what that will do is basically make it so that it's entirely manifold, and there will be no other internal geometry that could have this situation happen to. So that's what's happening right now. But since we're so far in the retopo situation, I just wanted to find a method for us to just crack on. Okay. Hey, okay. Really have to make this one go out. Or just pull it over manually. There we go. And we're just going to smooth this out. Rest of the body seems to be fine. Just that one part. Okay, duplicate. Don't close. Apply. Retopo is definitely a tedious process for certain. I do kind of wish there's a little bit of a quicker way of doing it, but not much we can do about it. Well, since we're here doing Retopo, I was thinking that since since my posts, you know, for making tiny little models like this are going to be, you know, at least getting some kind of traction here and there, I figured I might as well go ahead and take some more time to do that. And also, I keep hearing that a lot of the discoverability of like Twitch has gone down, and judging from the amount of like spammers and shit that's been showing up lately, I'm almost inclined to agree. So I think I might just maybe start taking a Friday or two off to like start work on like script more edited content, scripted content. You know, turning my streams into things that is a little more concise and that people can watch. Because I can't believe I didn't notice this before, but when I thought about it, I'm like, huh, all the streamers that I really like, what do I watch more? Their streams or their YouTube content? Wait. I watch a lot of their YouTube content. So I was like, what the heck? And I've been seeing a lot of posts lately of like, oh, people should focus more on like making, you know, turning their streams into content that's a little more easily digestible and whatnot. Maybe focus down a little more on things that people can enjoy. And I also heard that like, maybe it might be better to, you know, doing that stuff because it helps create an audience. And streaming without an audience has been I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying streaming, and I love it when someone pops in and says hi. It makes my day actually. But all these things combined together to tell me I probably need to make, like, say, take the Elden Ring playthrough and condense it down and make something that, you know, for YouTube to enjoy, because that's where people find VTubers, apparently. Like, they don't really, or find content creators in general. They don't usually find people by just going to random streams and guessing, unless, like, they're already big enough to, like, have that kind of discoverability, you know? So, I think, Friday is going to be my, like, day. I'm probably going to announce after the stream that Friday is probably going to be my day of, like, oh, I might not be streaming this day, I may be streaming this day, check the schedule. It's going to be dependent on whether or not, how much work I have to do to create some edited content for all of you to enjoy. because it seems like you know, I get it, I get it. Um, the time zone that I've selected is the same as like a lot of other big streamers or people that you know, people that like want to stream and all, and it's not exactly the best cup of tea for anyone to tune into all the time or even half of the time, because they may not have, you know, that time of day. They may need it to take care of their friends or their family. So I think this would be a really good way for me to get in there and try to really expand the repertoire of things that are available to everyone. Because then I could do games that I could probably do, like, say, like, if I take a Friday off, I might be able to cover a game that would not make for a good stream, but would make for a good video. And that was just kind of like where my thought process was headed towards. Because I can think of a few games that they're a little slow at times, but people love watching. Like, at least from my perspective and from what I've seen, some content creators like watching, some people like watching. Sometimes it just goes over better in terms of audience engagement and enjoyment if they could skip the faff of like the grinding and the farming and all the nonsense and go straight to, here's the good part of the game, the part you were waiting for. And I think that might be what's best for the channel. So it'll open up some more opportunities for me and make collabing a lot easier, if you understand that part. Just because I don't have to worry about, we wouldn't have to worry about, like, okay, what day are we doing this? Don't worry about it. It's in the works. There are people, we'll be making something, we would be making something that doesn't have like a set due date or anything like that. So I will still be streaming 3 days a week. I'm pretty sure I want to keep the Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, but if that doesn't work for everyone, please, like, you know, send something, message, like, put like something on Twitter saying like, oh, I wish you could stream on this day or whatever. Still trying to figure out when the people who want to watch me have the free time to do so. The worst thing is, like, oh, I want to watch this person, but I don't have the time. Like, I get you. I get it. Like, have your life. Enjoy your life. I don't want to take up every part of your life. Enjoy your other streamers. Enjoy having a time with friends. Come here when you feel like it. Until then, there'll be content waiting on demand for you. And I hope that's a fair ask. Okay, tail's pretty blocked out. There's 8 verts in total. Same rule applies to a tail. We kind of want to have it even, so let's grab these two and go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think we can add one more across the belly region. Yeah. This way, it'll allow us to move this region down a bit. Yeah, okay. This'll work. I think. We'll try it. We'll try it. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Do this the right way. I turn that off, and then we can slide these down. We'll slide that up. Oh, we need this. Make sure our sculpt doesn't consume any of these verts. Alright, okay. With the more verts that we have around here, we're actually going to have a lot more control over the density. Yeah, already looking much nicer. Get in line. Come on. Okay. We're doing good on the back. However, the front has yet to take place. Let's start doing that. Okay. So this should be the starting point. Which, yeah, links right back into there. Okay. That brings about an interesting question. Okay. We got one going in there. This needs to connect to somewhere over there. And we might need to, yeah, let's add another. So this can go in here. I know it doesn't look all that great. Okay. And 3 down there. Good. We're good, we're good. Eight. Yeah. Another alternative is that I take a different day off, like say either one of the other days. It could be like Tuesday or something, or Thursday. Just as long as I have like a day to sit down and say I will have enough time to try to make something. Ooh, okay. Let me turn off the shrink wrap for a moment. And back. That way I can pull this down into its right spot. And then turn the shrink wrap back on. Bam! Bob's your uncle. If Bob is your uncle, I'm not spying on you. it might be a good idea for me to go in here and add in a few more loops before we start sculpting. That way it stops trying to move so much. Ooh, wee buddy! That topology is looking kind of pretty. I don't know why I took that accent. Okay. We're gonna end up with something really nice here. Come on, dude. Get back on the surface. Okay. What are we looking at? So far, so good. Making sure. Okay, nice, nice. Making sure that it sticks to the right spot. Okay. I think we're good to apply. And we're good to start working on a leg, I think. So we're just going to make the complete wrap around here. Oh, where are you going? Where am I going? Sometimes navigating in a hidden blender can just be like, oh, man, I too love jolting around. Cat, I love your bean paws, but I don't want to eat them right now. Hello? What are you doing? Hmm. Okay, we're good, we're good. I think it might have been camera angle. Weird. Okay, so we bring this out here. And I wouldn't be too worried about, like, the actual overall shape, as long as we can actually, get the baseline of the topology on the foot. I can always add more loops, and the shrink wrap would handle the rest. Yep. And you be like that. Oh, this needs to be a little more in like that. Yeah, like this. Just add a loop there. We'll add the other loops after. We get the bottom of the foot done. So it should be 3. Oh, we got 4th loop in here. Can we get rid of it? We can. Add a loop in between them. Dissolve. Just gonna merge this at last. Okay. I think we'll fix the scaling of the foot in a minute. Or the flatness of it. Yeah, let's fix it. Thank God for Control S. Yes, absolutely. Oh my God. Curves? Dude, my condolences. My straight condolences. Those things, they're sometimes the best thing to work with, but other times it's just like, it's like you could modify them ad infinitum, and there's still a different configuration you haven't found. Yeah, it's like whether the easiest way to type a hair or two. Yeah. I have noticed that hair is pretty easy, with them. Another thing you could probably do is, make a hair profile and then go for, doing curves. A method I just discovered was, let's see. How do I get rid of the mesh? Extrude. Where is it? I know you could do this method. I'm trying to figure out how I can actually delete the face without... On to a new hair tool, comb it all, convert it to a regular curve, voila. Yes, that's true. Hold on. Where is delete face? Delete face. Nope. No. Yeah, I'll probably just do it this way. Delete, and... Oh, wait, hold on. Draw X-ray was on. Extrude this out. Copy. Extrude. So basically what you need is just this. You only need this. And then you extrude upward and apply a subdivision surface. And what that does under this is obviously create your cone. Then you could scale this to 0. Oh, hold on. Yeah, don't have weld. Don't have weld on. Scale is 0. And then you add, you basically just add more in there. And from here you can completely control the shape of the hair. And it, like, actually gives you a lot more control. Like, so by doing this, I can technically extrude this by holding control and right-clicking. And the subdivision surface will handle a majority of the hair for me. And if I wanted to add like an extra area to it, it's as simple as extruding, scaling to 0, moving it down, and then because I only scaled to 0 and I didn't combine things together, I can just add a loop cut in here. Be certain that you don't have the merge tool on, because what that would mean is that you would end up merging the vertices at the bottom, and that's what you want to save for last. So, I don't think I've seen anyone do hair like that. Most people I've seen do similar, but with Bezier curves. Yeah. Bezier curves tend to be a lot harder to work with because I can move this any way I want, rather than having to do, you know, what is it? Alt-S, Control-T, I believe, for Bezier curves. And then to control, you know, where the hair actually tries to be smooth, you could just add an edge grease. Alternatively, what I could do is take this edge here, cut it, and then control the individual hairs and merge them after the fact. So I just basically fill that hair in, link this, move it over. Just gonna scale it down. Super cool how many different ways to do a lot of things in Blender. Really, there is. Like, it's really nice. So because this actually gives you full control, I can control the top thickness of the hair as well. And it gives you that really nice Bezier curve that everyone's looking for. You know, do I have a Discord server? Not right now. I'm definitely not big enough for it. But probably in the future. In addition, you could actually get rid of the bottom faces if you wanted to. And if you say you're making like strays, you know, like the tiny hairs that get like that people put on top of the real ones. There you have it. Easiest way in the world to cull the top of the hair or the bottom. And basically, what you just do from there is that you finalize it, and you have full control of where these verts are. Because this is a subdivision and I only have it set to 1, I will always know that in between each of these lines here, there's only going to be one line. So I can actually plan ahead and say, okay, I could line this up exactly where I need it. Unlike Bezier curves, where it's like, I hope they didn't put 5,000 curves. Or you have to basically manually control them, and they still won't show you like how it's supposed to be at the end. Like, certain... Yeah, you can even see it kind of like this. You turn on that mode. So it's actually really good because it's super fast for like figuring out, oh, I need to practice a hairstyle, but I don't have all day to like twist and turn Bezier curves. So even if you want to like snake a hair, by the way, control right click is like your best friend in a lot of cases. So what it does is you want to angle your camera in a way that's like good for you, and you just control right click, and it will bend the previous selection so that it's a lot smoother with the current one. That's just control right clicking and putting my cursor in the right spot. Welcome to shortcuts I wish I knew about 5 years earlier. Yeah, it helps a ton with vertex count. But yeah, because we have full control over every single segment of the hair, we can physically make this hair some absolutely crazy shape. And we didn't have to work for it. The rest of this hair is uniform, but now this has this really cool curve-looking thing in it. Yeah, after doing hair for so long with the Bezier curves and retopoing and all that, I just figured I needed a better way. So I looked around and I think I got that method from someone like, or at least a method similar to that one. I got that method from, what was his name? You know, when I have to go on my YouTube. He just recently uploaded a really cool fucking video. Let's see, where is he at? Ah, Mr. Ziggy. Z-I-N, Zingy. Z-I-N-G-Y. He made several of the models that you're probably familiar with from bigger VTubers. Like, he's doing a lot of his tutorial showcasing right now with one of the Mythos girls. He's doing one of their models right now. And his recent video is like how to make eyes glow really nicely. And that's like super cool. Yeah, I can't recommend that guy enough. He's too good. Like, there's no other way to describe it. I may be pretty good myself, but even I still get giddy of like, ooh, new person. What do they do? How do they do it? That's entirely fair. I think a lot of difference to whether or not the hair tool is actually usable for models. It is. There are some add-ons that definitely help with that. But it's not usually for anime. It's usually usable in models you're going for realism or not. Yep. If you're doing anime style hair, then a few curves. You can just unsubdivide, merge distance, and all that. Yeah, but God help anyone makes the... Yes. Oh, yeah. I once, when I was newer to modeling, tried to make that mistake. Oh, boy. I loved it. It was fun. I used the hair tool for I used the hair tool with Bezier curves. My computer loved me after that. Oh man. That sucked so much ass. I sat there for like 10-15 minutes wondering if it was gonna fix itself. I did that the first time I tried hair. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, this tool looks so easy to use. I could totally do it. And you can. If your computer's from NASA. Thank you. I also love being a part of the I Underestimated Blender Club. Okay, let's see. Where can I connect this together? Probably right here, maybe? Where does that leave me with space? Only one way to find out. But yeah, there were several like tricks and pivots like that that I've learned and discovered over the years that just made things a lot easier. And one of the people that I learned from was that Mr. Ziggy, because he literally sat there and made an entire model. Like, it's a time lapse, yeah, but the tricks that he used were like evident to anyone who's been like using Blender for a little while. And it's like, I didn't think about that. You're something else, dude. One of the things that I've learned is that there's at least 3 different ways to do custom normals, and abnormal is just one. There might even be more. But, basically, you can use abnormal, or like what I used earlier here, which was the, mesh data transfer tool. And it tends to work better if you were, say, like what we have for... Hold on, am I object mode? Yes, I am. Like what we have for the pumpkins here. This pumpkin here... Hold on, let's get rid of that. Basically same. Like, more or less the same. And I was able to use the mesh data transfer tool to transfer the custom normals over. Even though, if you look at this mesh here, it's got n-gons out the ass. Like, that shouldn't be possible. But the data transfer tool... let me go. Put that back. I'll hide this for now. But the data transfer tool, with you target the source, you hit replace, face corner data, custom normals, nearest face interpolated, done. You just hit OK. You just hit apply after you've selected your source, and you can even choose the mix factor. So between tools, this one, abnormal, which is free, by the way. If you don't have it, just look up abnormal, and you'll find the GitHub. It's what a lot of anime modelers make, or use to make with. So mesh data, if you have like something you can copy something from. Abnormal is really good for faces because you can just go to target normal, spherize, and that solves most of your normal problems for a face, or for hair, even. Especially if you do the face and the hair at the same time with that. Sometimes you have to do them separate. It depends. But those are two of the ways. Let me ask you this: do you actually have a set workflow? I mean, HD idiot, HD is fucking. I always have people commenting like, "It looks good, but weird workflow low." Set workflow. As you can tell from this stream, I do jump around the mesh kind of consistently. I can't blame you. I have no room to speak. But when it comes to like the word generalized, okay, so the cool is not just me. Yeah. Generalized, you know, I try to make sense of it just because there's some aspects that are just like, I need to do it this way, or I'm going to fuck myself over in the future. And I mean, I could definitely say like you're probably been playing around with Blender for quite a while, judging from how fast you can grasp all the things that I've been doing. So I could probably say you know this already about like there are certain things you can shortcut and other things where it's like if I try to shortcut this, I will fuck myself over like 30 hours. No, full stop. Like there's no way of sugarcoating it. It's just straight. I am boned if I try this. And that's just like I try to follow that kind of workflow where it's like I will take my time doing the things I have to, but if there's something I can experiment with that may increase my work speed over time, then all right, hand it to me. Uh-oh. I gotta turn off the shrink wrap temporarily so I can... One cheese of a shrink wrap modifier coming up. You see, if the shrink wrap is giving you trouble, what you want to do is turn it off temporarily and scale your meshes out past your base mesh. And then it will stop giving you a lot of trouble about trying to put things out inside of the mesh. And then you can just kind of sculpt the rest because you've already pushed the mesh way far out of the normal bounds. So you probably won't have to use the inflation tool to kind of sculpt it out. Well, sorry, I'm telling. Picked up a ton in a short amount of time. 6 months. Congrats. I've got 6 years. Let's see. Yeah. I've also been doing other things as well in Blender. Experimented a lot. I'm more of a generalist than anything. I made all of my intros and outros myself. Everything is made by me here. It's entirely fair, yeah. I learned the moment I was like, okay, I want to... Oh, let's not do that. I want to make models. Okay, so other people will go, oh, can you make a model for this program with this thing and all this application? And it's like, that exists. That's a thing. So what ended up happening was I just had to learn all of these things over time. And even now, don't ask me about Rococo. I don't even know what that shit does. Never tried it. Never messed with it. But that's just the day and age we live in, man. Like, it's just what we have. What we have to work with. There's so many new things on the horizon that it's so difficult to, like, figure it out. This model in particular that I'm streaming with right now, I made her in about a little over a week. About a week and 4 days. And that's after I had finished the base mesh. Yeah, I get that. The base I start from is what's called Frankenstein models. Yeah, more or less. Base meshes are just meant to be torn apart and turn into whatever you want. Thinking products for people seem either impossible or major pain in the butt in traditional workflows. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. The best way to learn is to grab something from like a game or one of your favorite like model makers. Tear that shit apart. Tear that fucking shit apart. Like, technique and stuff you have to kind of watch, but when it comes to like learning how something is done, I do kind of wish there was a little bit of a better way than like, oh, look at this time lapse. Buddy, I don't care if it's like 4 or 5 videos of 10 hours. Show it to me. Teach me your ways, oh secret samurai of the workflow. Yeah, I know you run into that too. Where it's like, you're so good! How many videos do you have of like showing what you're doing? It's all time-lapse. What are you doing? Please! Just once! Upload a stream immediately. I'm glad there's at least one person here who's willing to share in my fame. Yeah. With this platform, I hope one day we can get a lot of people laughing about this shit. Just the stupid stuff that we end up having to deal with as artists. I do love, I love it when like artist takes a project and goes, you know, I could probably do that. How long is it gonna take me? I don't know. But I'm gonna try. And then they just do it. Screw it. Something about that fuck it we ball mentality that just is quite appealing. Speaking of fuck it we ball, not enough geometry down here. So instead of flooding the rest of the mesh where it's not even going to animate, Control B, screw you, we're having a try here. And by screw you, I mean Blender. Screw Blender. Just so that we could smooth the mesh out a little bit more in a place that it's not going to animate. Just one of those things where, like, you get so far in a project, and you're like, I want to finish this. Wait, I don't have enough verts to mess with. Don't matter. Just go. I don't see anywhere in the modifier stack subdivision surface. Okay, let's get a little bit more of the shape in there. And, oh, nope, what? Okay, not first at last. Okay, there we go. Can't select the right option. Okay, nice. Just need to get a little more control in here. Which enables us to get this little shoe-like effect in here, which is really nice. Because that ends up looking really good in smooth shading. Which we do kind of have a bit of that going on over here too. Not the exact same, but something similar. Yay. Not the best thing in the world, but, you know, we got what we got. It's good enough. It's good enough for government work, it's good for me. Ah! Forgot that part. Scratch that remark about government work. You ever seen what they do? They skip more steps than IKEA furniture. Okay. And in this situation, the best thing that we could do is panic. I mean, we will filter this down. Hello? Draw X-ray. Need you to work with me here. It's the mirror, isn't it? Yep. There we go. Okay. Now the shrink wrap's not messing with me. Again. We're going to subdivide this way so that we can do this. And that way, we can do here and there. There we go. Cheeky way of ending the geometry without having to mess with a whole bunch. Go into the sculpt mode. But doesn't seem to have a whole lot of geometry to it, but... I'm not sure how many streamers are going to be staring at, at cat butt. Outside of reaction compilations. Okay, let's apply that sculpt. And how are we looking? Yeah, another loop around the neck area to just get a little more detail. Okay. So far, so good. And let me get that to scale at 0. Oh, hello. Thank you, shrink wrap. You messed with our eye. What? Okay then. Shrink wrap screwed her eye over. Damn. Alright. That'll be something to fix. Ah. You save this real quick. And I think I have to kind of give it a break today. We've been at this for about 6.5 hours now. And let's see. I'm thinking maybe Tuesday. Might pick this back up again. Sunday, probably gonna go for Elden Ring. Oh, right. Let me go back to just chatting. So, I really hope everyone here enjoyed the stream. I'm trying my best to make this model as quickly as possible without, you know, messing around too much or messing up too much. But once this model is done, I'm going to be giving it away for free. It's going to be both in a the Blender format that you see here, just cleaned up a bit, and then also inside of a Warudo package, a prop. So you can put cat on your head, or in your hands, or give cat to people. It'll end up getting released on my Gumroad, and it'll be free. There'll be a chat command here for it, and I will also be posting the link in Twitter when it's ready. But other than that, if you want to tune in again, I stream Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, and I think I'm probably going to take this Friday off to try to make some more content for like YouTube's sake, because I'm not exactly growing very quickly, and there's a couple of games I'd like to cover that aren't really that good for streaming, all things considered. But other than that, thank you for joining me, and take care. See ya. Bye.